Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to CLAT Prep's live analysis of CLAT 26. Now, the exam is over about 10 minutes ago. The inputs are trickling in. While we receive the inputs and put our analysis together over the next 15-20 minutes, I will now quickly take you through the background of CLAT 26, what all happened over the last 3-4 years, how the CLAT exam has evolved, and other various information which will help you get a good idea about CLAT 26 so that once the results are out, you are ready to get in and grab that very important seat that all of you have your sights on. All right. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and start off with our CLAT 26 primer session. So what we have, before I jump into this, let me also quickly tell you what all we have lined up for the day. As soon as we complete this primer session, we will go live with our experts who are on ground at the centers and get direct inputs from them, direct analysis from them, direct feelers from them, direct assessment from them in terms of how the CLAT exam in 2026 was, in terms of difficulty levels, in terms of surprises, in terms of question types, in terms of the pattern, and obviously, last but not the least, in terms of the expected cutoffs. All right. So once we complete that, which we expect to start by at around 4:20, 4:25, and we will end that by around 4:40 or so, 4:40, 4:45, and that is when we will start deep diving into the paper, where we will solve each and every question across all the sections of the paper so that you as a student who has taken CAT 26 would understand the overall difficulty level, the questions that you have done well, the questions that you should have attempted and maybe may have slightly missed out on, and the questions that you have done well by not attempting. So all this kind of understanding you will be able to get through the question wise analysis. All right. And also, if you are a student who is aiming at CAT 27 or let's say CAT 28, and you are looking at this to understand how the animal called CLAT 27, CLAT 26 behaved this year, this is a great place for you to stay on and follow this video completely end to end so that you can get an understanding, so that you can put in your preparation for the next year or 2 years. And again, as I said, grab that dream seat in your dream NLU. All right. So stay on, stay tuned. We have a host of events, issues lined up, as I said, till about 8:30 or 9, till the time we complete the individual question recording. All right. Question discussion. So with that, let's quickly jump in to the primer session. And here, what we are going to discuss is go through a quick snapshot of what happened in CLAT since 2022 for the last 4 years. All of us know that in 2020, the COVID year, so to say, CLAT took a major surprise in terms of its exam structure. It moved away from what are called principal fact-based legal questions into passage-based questions, right? So from what are called now what is being called legal reasoning has kind of changed its format. And the format change has not only happened in the legal reasoning section, the passage-based questions started appearing in the other sections as well. GK, for example, has moved from standalone individual questions to passage-based questions as well, along with legal reasoning, right? English, for example, English has been passage-based test always. That continued all along. LR also moved to majorly passage-based thing, and we have Quant. Anyway, it was sometimes a standalone questions and sometimes based questions. Now, since the change in 2020, LR also has moved to more or less a passage-based type, right? Now, going back to what happened since 2022 till 2025, there is one major change that has happened, because in 2022, there were 150 questions. Now, from 150 questions, in 120 minutes in 2024 and 25, this is the big change where the number of questions came down to 120. So from less than a minute per question, the exam now changed to a 1 minute per question kind of a format. Now, what is the implication for the students? What was the implication for the students for this, and what is the continued implication? Now, I'm saying what is the continued implication because in 2026 as well for CLAT, we expect the paper to have 120 questions. Now, how do we say that? Because the sample paper that was released by CLAT Consortium last week has 120 questions, and we expect to see a similar structure in the actual paper today also, on which we will get inputs in about 10-15 minutes. All right. Majorly, in addition to the 1 minute or from less than 1 minute per question to 1 minute per question, there is lesser load on the students. More importantly, what this also means is that earlier, let's say if you look at the CLAT 2022 paper, the total number of words, sheer number of words across all the passages, across all the questions were about 18,000. So 18,000 words to be read, comprehended, understood, and then thought needs to be put in terms of solving those questions. All that had to happen in 120 minutes. 120 minutes, 18,000 words. Now, if I'm a student who has a reading speed, let's say, of about 200 words per minute or 300 words per minute. Now, 18,000 words, 200 words per minute, I will spend, or let's say 300 words per minute, right? I will spend 60 minutes just reading the paper. If I have a good, and 300 words per minute is a very good reading speed, right? So just to read the paper, forget solving it, forget trying to put any efforts, trying to understand it, just to read the paper, when there were 18,000 words, I would spend 1 hour. If I am somebody with a good, excellent reading speed of 300 words per minute. Now, if I had 200 words per minute, if I were to have 200 words per minute as my reading speed, obviously, I would spend a lot more time trying to understand the paper. 90 minutes will just go to read the paper, which means I will only have 30 minutes to solve the paper, so to say, right? Which means that was tremendous load on students. Now, that load thankfully came down when the number of questions fell to 120. Now, if you look at the CLAT 25 paper, the number of words came down to somewhere around 14,000. From 18,000, the number of roughly 18,000, right, to roughly about 14,000. Now, 14,000 words in again the same 2 hours, right? So, which means the students had that much more time, almost more than 1/5 reduction in the length of the paper, in the amount of content that the student has to just read, right? So, CLAT is a very, very reading focused paper, which means students need to, particularly those of you who are watching this video aiming for CLAT 27 and 28 or beyond, you need to focus on improving your reading speed. That is very, very, very important. Because, as I said, reading forms more than half of your time in the 2 hours that is available. You would need to keep reading for more than, if you, let's say, have 200 words as your reading speed per minute, and you have 14,000 words in the paper, 70 minutes will just go on reading. Now, and you need to, it's not just that you will read only once. If it's a RC question, you'll read the passage, let's say you read it once, you'll go to the questions, you'll go to the options, you'll read the question, go through the options and read them, reread them, and if required, also jump back to the passages and try and read to find out what the question is asking you about, if it is in line with your understanding or not, if the options are in line with what the question says. So that means it's not just reading once. Some passages, some places, some questions, you are forced to do multiple readings, which means the net reading effort is not just 14,000 words. If there are 14,000 words in the paper, you would end up reading maybe a lot more than that, which is why reading speed plays a very, very, very important role in the CLAT paper. And thankfully, the CLAT authorities have reduced. I think they have taken cognizance of the huge amount of load that students, 11th and 12th class students, are being put through. So they have reduced the number of questions. Because what happens is, if this does not happen, a good student, or somebody who has good aptitude overall, may sheer because of the reading pressure, may miss out on some of the passages which could otherwise give him a very good score. He may just not even go and see them in the paper. So that is kind of a problem, because the selection process is kind of acting against the student. So it's a very, very good step. We need to appreciate the CLAT Consortium for having reduced the number of questions to 120 from 150. Right. So that's a great step that the consortium took in 2024, which continued in 2025 and also is expected to continue in 2026 based on the or on the basis of the sample paper and the announcement that the CLAT consortium has made this year. Right. Now, let's look at the difficulty trend. Now, in the difficulty level trends, overall, 24-25 were easy to moderate papers. So, not only was the reading level lower, the difficulty level, the reading length in terms of the total content to be read was lower. The difficulty level of the questions was also much, much simpler compared to the questions earlier, which means the rereading that I was referring to earlier came down. The requirement of rereading came down, which means the overall reading material to be covered by the student has come down, which would obviously give the student during the exam a lot more breathing time, right? So that would kind of give him a good potential, an opportunity to score well in the paper. All right. So now, so there, as I said, the shift was towards more manageable papers for the student, right? And therefore, because the papers were manageable, students started scoring more. Now, when there was 150 questions in the paper, the cutoffs was for the top NLUs. The cutoffs were around 90 plus, which means even the toppers were not able to score more than 90, 100, despite the paper having 150, right? So essentially, which is what I was saying, even the good students were not being able to score the entire paper. Why? Just because they just did not have any opportunity or enough time to read the paper. Which is why I said it's a very good thing that the CLAT consortium has done in terms of reducing the overall length of the paper, right? So now the top NLUs have started to see a jump in the cutoff. From 90 plus, the cutoff has now moved to upwards, northwards of 100, right? Therefore, which means now, particularly if you are a student who is targeting the top NLUs, you should be targeting upwards of 100 as the score in CLAT 26 or CLAT 27 or CLAT 28, assuming the structure remains the same in those years. Also, your target to get into the top NLUs should be, what are the top NLUs? We have a slide for that. We'll go through that and we will discuss that very shortly. In the meanwhile, if you have any questions, do make it a point to post a comment in our YouTube comment section of this video. We will try and go through the questions and see if we can answer them, take them up and answer them. All right. So obviously set target and attempts, prioritize the sections based on your comfort level. Be very, very selective in terms of which question to take up for answering, which question to drop like a hot potato and move on. Because what is the goal? The goal is not to answer all the questions. The goal is to answer the doable questions, as many as we can. Make sure that we do not miss out on any doable questions. Make sure that we do not waste time on difficult questions, which means question selection becomes very, very important. So preparation is one aspect, question selection and test taking strategy is the other aspect. So those of you who have prepared very well, if you do not follow the right strategy, you may not reap the entire benefits of your effort. So always preparation needs to be combined with the right test taking strategy. What is the right test taking strategy? The one which helps you maximize your score. How will you maximize your score? Maximizing score essentially would be attempting as many as possible and getting as many of them right as possible, right? As all of you know, the more you attempt, the more would the chances of some of the questions your accuracy percentile may fall. These two guys are not friends. Your attempt rate and the accuracy level, they're not friends. They don't talk to each other, so to say. If you try and increase the attempts, accuracy will fall. If you try and increase the accuracy, attempts will fall, because you are forced to spend more time on each question to increase the accuracy, which means you're giving more time per question, but the overall time is limited. Therefore, the overall number of attempts would fall. So these two kind of are not friends. They don't talk to each other. So which means students need to find a way to make these two people, these two parameters talk to each other. How? Meaning they need to act like friends. The people who don't see eye to eye, these two guys, they don't see eye to eye. Attempt rate and accuracy percentage, they don't see eye to eye. They're not friends, but we need to make them friends. We need to make them friends and work together so that they together can help us increase the score. How do we do that? That is the key, right? How do we do that? We do that by going in with the right question selection. Make sure that we do not leave out a single easy question. Make sure that we do not get stuck on difficult questions. So then your question would be, but how do I spot easy questions and difficult questions? The way to spot easy questions and difficult questions can be perfected through hard work and preparation. Your preparation levels would give you the necessary input to spot an easy question and spot a difficult question. But sometimes, in fact, many times, even experts may not get the difficulty level right on the first attempt. And they first see the question, they may see, even experts may fall into a trap. What looks like an easy question can turn into a trap and kind of suck all the time of the student. The student will be forced to spend time. The question would look like the answer is just 2 steps away, but then the answer may kind of keep running away from us. We need to chase the answer and thereby spending a lot of time. So which means there is always risk. Even experts fall into the risk, fall into this trap of not being able to spot a difficult question, not being able to spot an easy question. So how do we, if experts fall into the trap, how do we, students, how can we be able to kind of not save ourselves from falling into the trap? How do we not fall in the trap? That is where your practice, your hard work, your perseverance, yes, regardless of whatever efforts that you may put, there could be some traps that you may fall into, but the point is reduce the number of such traps that you fall into so that your time that you invest would be as productive as possible, which will help you score the best, the maximum amount of answer the maximum amount of questions in the exam and get the most of them right. Which means your attempt rate goes up and the accuracy level goes up. These two guys are acting as friends and are helping us. All right. So let's quickly check if there are any feedback. Okay. Looks like feedback is going to trickle in very soon. So let's continue with what we have lined up for the day in the primer session. A quick summary of the papers from the last 3-4 years, CLAT 22, as I was saying. Again, one other big surprise was till 22, the CLAT was being conducted in June, but then from 23 onwards, the exam was shifted to December. So, which is why you see the dates. Last 3 years, the exam happened in December. This year also, obviously, the exam is happening in December. So, the number of questions wise, from 150 questions, it came down to 120 questions. Time remained the same. Number of the total score obviously came down from 120 to 150 to 120. The time remained the same, number of questions fell. Overall difficulty level, if you see, moderate to difficult, moderate, easy overall, easy to moderate. You see, the word easy, it makes an appearance only in these two places. It does not appear here, neither does it appear here. But the word easy makes its first appearance in 2024. Why? Because that is when the number of questions came down from 150 to 120. Overall, the exam became a lot more manageable, digestible, controllable. I use the word controllable because students can now control where they need to spend their time. Earlier, the entire paper was a big jungle, 150 questions. Even earlier, there were 200 questions. We thankfully came down to 150 from there, but now 150 was also not manageable. Here, once it became 120 questions, the paper was a lot more controllable for the students. Okay, that's the, let me not spend more time on this. Okay, just 1 minute. We seem to have an update here. We can play. All right. So we have our expert from CLAT expert from our Jaipur center, Vishal Jain. Let's quickly go live to Vishal to understand what the feedback has been this year about CLAT 26. Vishal, over to you.
Yeah, hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Vishal.
So the very first feedback we received from the student is that the paper pattern has changed a little.
Okay.
Surprisingly, the logical reasoning section has all questions from the analytical reasoning section rather than critical ones. So
Oh, that is a
yeah,
big change. That is a
yes,
big change. Okay.
that's a big change. Yeah, in fact, and if we talk about the legal section, legal sections had questions which were more of legal GK, talking about amendments and sections rather than having principal facts based questions and situation based questions. But
Okay.
it was easy.
Okay.
And I would like to appreciate here for one point that one of the passages in the English section was exactly the same which we had in our mock paper.
Excellent.
English passage,
Excellent. Excellent.
exactly same.
That's great.
Yeah.
Same passage you mean. Same passage
Uh,
that we came in. Okay, that is great news. And just
so, so,
going back to the point on logical reasoning, Vishal, you
yeah.
said there was just to repeat it for the audience who may have missed it earlier, it looks like the paper this year, in fact, the paper this year, like Vishal confirmed, had zero critical reasoning questions, zero English-based reasoning questions. The paper only had analytical reasoning questions. And Vishal,
Yeah.
can you confirm if these are individual questions or passage-based questions in the LR
Uh,
section?
those were set-based questions. One of the set belonged to blood relations,
Okay.
wherein the typical bank PO type questions like P plus Q minus R kind of symbols were there, and then the questions were being asked from them.
Okay.
And apart from that, there was one set which had some kind of critical reasoning questions, in
Mm-hmm.
fact,
Mm-hmm.
wherein some conclusions based questions were there. Other
Okay.
than that, the other two sets were belonged to probably puzzles and, you know, distribution might kind of thing.
Okay.
So this is
Excellent.
what I
Excellent.
got the feedback from the student.
All right. So, but I
Uh,
think we do make it a point to train our students extensively on all the analytical reasoning areas also. So, our students, I don't think, would have faced too much of an issue handling
oh,
the syllabus, Vishal.
it was probably a cakewalk for our students because they had practiced a lot of AR in our mocks as well. And moreover, when they prepare for AILET, so they were already prepared for it. So the
All right.
level of difficulty which we had in our, handouts and the other mock papers, the students were easy. I mean, it was easy for them, not an issue.
All right. All right. So,
Yeah.
then going back to legal that you said, can you give us more details about how the legal section was, Vishal?
So legal section was also easy for them because the questions were typically from legal amendments. You can talk about the various legal sections and all direct legal GK questions rather than the typical factual principal facts based questions.
Okay.
So, but although because we had covered everything in details, the students were able to solve the answers. I mean, give the answers very easily. So
Mm-hmm.
again, legal was very easy for them. GK was absolutely easy for them.
Vishal,
Yeah.
just staying on legal, just for more details on that. So, in legal also, were they completely passage based, or were there any standalone questions?
No. They have all the questions. In fact, the pattern has not changed because they
Pattern
were
has not
passage-based
changed.
questions. Yeah,
Okay.
pattern has
Okay.
not changed. It was
Okay.
passages-based questions.
Okay.
But then the kind of questions which appear usually that has
Mhm.
changed, right?
Okay. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. So essentially, the two changes currently, based, Vishal, just to summarize our discussion so far, the overall pattern has not changed. However, LR, instead of having critical reasoning questions, it had analytical reasoning questions, and
Yeah.
legal reasoning, instead of having situation based questions or the older version of principal fact based questions,
Yeah.
LR now was more of
Legal,
legal GK questions
legal GK
also
questions,
passed.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And any information about these legal GK questions? Were the students able to find the answers there in the passage, or they had to kind of apply their mind and
No.
go outside?
They did not find the answers in the passage. So the ones who did not prepare, let's say the legal section or someone who has come for the CLAT paper without writing any mocks of preparation, it was
Mm-hmm.
typical for them. It was very difficult for them. So
Okay.
you cannot find the answers in the passages.
Oh, you cannot find the answer, which
Yeah.
means
Yeah.
students needed deeper preparation to ensure that they're able to score well in this section, right, Vishal?
Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So
Now, any other feedback about
yeah,
the other?
let's come to the quant section. As per the
Yes.
feedback received, the first
Mm-hmm.
set of the quant section was a little calculative, while the
Mm-hmm.
second was easily manageable. So again, there were
Okay.
two sets followed by six questions each.
Mm-hmm.
And the students who are very comfortable with maths would be able to solve both the sets easily. But for
Okay.
them who are a little fearful about maths, yeah, not very comfortable with maths, for them the first set was calculative. So
Okay.
that might be a big game changer for some of them who are not very friendly with maths.
Okay. So it was they were calculation based questions. So which means if students were not strong on calculations or did not prepare well on calculations, then you're saying they would have faced some trouble.
Yeah, with
Okay.
the first set.
With the first set. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And
And
then coming to GK, general
mm-hmm,
knowledge.
mm-hmm.
So as per the feedback of the students we received, it was very easy for them. Majority
Mm-hmm.
of the questions they have already covered in the class handout, the class notes, and the GK Mantra magazine.
Okay.
So GK was again easy for them.
Mm-hmm.
So there was nothing surprising in GK, and they could easily solve some. And in fact, the majority of the topics were recently current affairs based, airplane crash and all, everything was there.
Okay.
So the students were able to answer all the questions easily.
Oh, okay. I think we have in our GK mantra covered the crash and all, I think multiple concepts we have covered extensively in detail. I'm sure all of that would have helped our students do GK well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
GK, they were pretty comfortable. So one thing which excited the students of CLAT Prep, I would say specifically,
Okay.
GK was something which they had covered in the classes rigorously with regards to the handouts and GK Mantra magazine.
Okay.
And in fact, the 20 questions which were followed by the Hindi analysis, that also helped them to solve a lot of questions in GK.
Right.
And the biggest surprise and the most exciting part for them was the English section, because they jumped out and they said me that, sir, we got exactly the same passage, somewhat
Okay.
on animal farm something, वो था कुछ
Okay.
एक. So they were
Okay.
pretty excited कि हमें पढ़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी. We just straight
Okay.
went to the questions and solved the passage.
Nice, nice, very nice. That's very heartening to know. Let's now move on to Akash Jain, who's our NLU alumnus faculty from Bangalore, who's on ground in Hyderabad at the exam center, or traveling from the exam center to the studio, so to say. So, Akash, can you hear us? Akash, we're not able to hear you. If you can just set your audio correctly. Looks like there's an issue with the audio with Akash sir here. So, Vishal sir, we'll come back to you while we're able to hear Akash. Akash, please set your audio up. We'll stay with you and come back to you once your audio is up. So, Vishal sir, overall, what do you think would be the difficulty level of this paper compared to CLAT 25?
So I would say the level of difficulty of the paper would be rated as easy to moderate.
Mm-hmm.
And an attempt of more than 115 was easily doable, so
Mm-hmm.
as per the feedback received from the students. So the one who are able to attempt more than, let's say, 115 or at least 110, they have
Okay.
done good number of attempts, they have done justice to the paper.
Okay. So you're saying 115 is something which is doable. 115 sounds a little on the higher side, isn't it, Vishal?
No, 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 it's not on the higher side, because usually students come up to me after the CLAT paper every year, like solving all the questions. But then
Uh-huh.
this year, I found some of the students saying that they were not able to attempt all the paper because some of them got tied up with the AR sets, some of them got tied up with the first set of maths. So that is
Mm-hmm.
why, if we say that somewhere the attempts between 112 to 115 would be considered as a very good number of attempts in this paper.
Oh, you're talking about attempts. Okay, so talking about
Yeah,
attempts, you are saying, Vishal, sir, that 112 to 115 would be a good number of attempts.
yeah,
All right, all right. So this is a good number of attempts to get into the top NLUs. Got that.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
section wise, would you be able to give us any information, or overall what the cutoff number would go for the top NLU ranks, cutoff score? Now, this you gave us numbers in number of attempts. So I know it's too early. It's very early. I'm putting a lot of pressure on you. I know that. So, can you still? Is there a way that you can give us the number of the marks that are required to get into the, let's say, the top 10 NLUs?
So this is very, very difficult to answer at this point of time, because I had feedback from very few students as of yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but still, I would say somewhere close to 95 would definitely land all the students to top 5 NLUs.
Okay, so you're saying 95 for the top NLUs.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, all right. So 95. Now, compared to last year, would this number be higher, or would it fall or reduce slightly?
No, no, I think that this is as per the analysis of the present year paper.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to the last year, obviously, if I say that it has increased.
So it
I
would go
mean,
up compared to last year.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
you're saying the effort, the effect of the surprises in the quant section, or the surprise that students had in the legal section in terms of legal GK, and also in terms of LR not being critical reasoning but being AR, would that not contribute to, let's say, a drop in the section over in the cutoff overall slightly?
So that's what I'm saying, because I had an interaction with, let's say, 10 to 12 students, but that all belong to CLAT Prep.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
it was a kind of coincidence that the GK which were taught to them, they were very comfortable with them. They had done
Oh,
rigorous practice in AR. So
okay.
it's too early to put a judgment on it.
Okay, then I think it may be fair to say that CLAT prep students would have a good role in pushing the cutoff up.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. All right. So let's try if Akash sir can hear us. Akash, can you
Sir,
hear
am
us?
I audible now? Am I
Yes, yes,
audible
yes.
now?
You are very audible. Thank you, thank you. So
Okay, so here
you
I have the paper with me. I
all
have
right,
the CLAT paper with me. I
right,
just
right.
came out of the exam hall.
All right.
And the first reaction that I have for the paper,
Mm-hmm.
that I would say that compared to the last year's paper, it was slightly more difficult. in terms of both the surprises and the level of difficulty of the questions as well.
All right.
The moment you see that there is no critical reasoning in logical reasoning, so from the point of view of a student, you get a shock.
Okay.
And that, and if you do not let that shock, and if you let that shock, take away your confidence, then you end up messing up in the paper.
Right.
So
Very right.
in terms of that, with respect to that, uh, the paper I would say was slightly difficult in the previous paper, previous year, in fact, previous 2 years paper, and
Okay.
also in the legal reasoning section when you see GK based questions. So
Mm-hmm.
that kind of takes away your confidence to a certain extent.
Right.
But
Particularly if you're not prepared much on
yeah,
legal
yeah,
GK. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But GK, I would say GK was on the expected lines. It was thoroughly knowledge based. So
Mm-hmm.
students who have prepared well, who have put effort, who have gone through the suggested material like GK mantras and the material which was shared with them, and the additional class, they have followed the additional classes of CLAT Prep thoroughly. They would not have
Mm-hmm.
faced any sort of difficulty in GK.
Okay.
As well as in legal reasoning also, because legal reasoning was something
Mhm.
on the predictable on the lines which were predictable. In fact, all
Okay.
the passages that were there in
Akash,
the legal reasoning were on the.
Akash,
Yeah,
let me interrupt you, Akash. If you can close your video just so that we can get your audio better.
sure, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Please
I know.
continue, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I give
So
you an analysis, yeah, please,
also,
sir.
so GK, you're saying there are no surprises basically. GK,
GK,
no
there are
surprise,
no surprises.
no
Uh,
surprises.
Hardly it would take for a student to 10 minutes to solve GK, because
Okay.
largely it was knowledge based only. So
Okay.
approximately 10 to 12 minutes is an ideal time to solve GK.
All right.
English also was on the easier side, except for one passage which was from Animal Farm, but
Okay.
Animal Farm of George Orwell. But surprisingly and coincidentally, we had a similar kind of a passage from the same book in one of our mocks in CLAT Prep.
Yeah, which is exactly what Vishal sir was also mentioning
Yeah.
earlier. So
So
English was also overall. English
English
was
was
also
easy.
overall on the easy. Sorry,
Yeah,
GK
yeah.
was also easy to moderate. English was also easy to moderate, basically, right?
English, except for one passage, the other other four passages were easy.
All
Only
right.
that one passage, which was of George, or which was based on George Orwell's Animal Farm, that had some questions which were testing your language skills. So that
Okay.
had vocabulary-based questions. So
Mm-hmm.
except for those questions, other questions were quite easy.
Okay.
So they
Okay.
were vocab-based questions where the student might have faced difficulty.
So one passage has vocab based questions.
Yeah, yeah. One passage
Okay.
had vocab-based questions, and those were, I would say, slightly difficult.
All right. All right. Okay. And can you would you be able to recollect the words for us, the vocab words that
Yeah,
were
so
given
they
there?
asked the meaning of boorish man,
Boorish. All right. Okay. Then.
and then they also asked the meaning of theosophist.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, theosophist,
Okay.
and
All right. All right. Then, so overall, you're saying,
K-E-R,
sorry, repeat that, Akash, please.
knacker, Knacker.
Nice. Okay. Nice. Good words. Okay. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So
So now,
also that passage from George Orwell's novel required certain contextual understanding in which the novel was written. So
okay.
there are one or two questions which tested that contextual understanding also.
Okay. Okay.
Because,
All right.
yeah,
So are you saying that the students needed some extraneous knowledge compared to what was given in the passage, or that would have helped, is what you're saying?
no, not the extraneous. Yeah, that is something that would have helped. So someone who
Help.
have read about that novel, or even someone who knows, understands, or the concept or the context within which that novel has been written, that would have been helpful for them.
All right. All right. Okay. So then overall, you're saying English, there are no surprises. Easy to moderate. How much
Mhm.
time should the student have spent on the English section overall, Akash, in your estimation?
Approximately 18 minutes, sir. Approximately 18 minutes for English and about 10 to 12 minutes for GK.
So let's should I make it 18 to 20 in English?
Yeah,
Just to
18 to 20 minutes.
just to give it
Yeah,
a
yeah.
round figure
20 minutes.
for students to
Huh.
plan. Those of you who are watching this video for CLAT 27 and beyond, So about 20 minutes is the time, not more than 20 minutes. Okay, let's put it that way, because
Not more than 20
Akash sir
minutes.
Akash sir was kind of categorical when he said 18 minutes. So let's make it not more than 20 minutes. All right. Okay, Akash, continue with the next remaining sections, please.
Okay, then talking about legal reasoning. Now, one good
Mhm.
thing about legal reasoning was the language of the passages were very easy. The
All
language
right.
was very easy. So
Akash,
that is not.
that reminds me, going back to English for a quick minute, you said 4 passages were easy to read, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and 1 passage difficult. Okay, now let's go back to
Slightly
legal.
difficult. I would say moderate, not difficult, but slightly
Moderate,
difficult.
moderate. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, legal
Now,
reasoning, you're
coming
saying,
back
is
to legal reasoning, sir.
easy to read passages, right?
Yeah, very easy to read. And
Okay.
even the length of the passages was approximately 350 to 400 words.
And how about the length of the
Not
passages
the
in
kind of lengthy passages. Length of the passages in English also 250 to 350 words. 300 in
English?
fact.
So not the kind of surprisingly longish passages they gave in the practice paper, right?
No, no, no.
Okay, okay.
No, not the kind of surprises in terms of lengthy papers, lengthy passages in sample papers. So these passages were in line with the word limit that CLAT consortium has followed in the last few years.
Yeah, normally what we have been seeing in the previous CATs,
Yeah, yeah.
what is coming
Yes, sir.
here. All right, okay. All right, continue please
Yes,
with
sir.
legal. So
Yeah.
here,
So and
here we cannot say that there are no surprises because there is legal GK, right?
legal GK. Legal GK was surprising because they had asked questions like the questions on recent amendments, the question
Mm-hmm,
on determining the feasibility of one nation, one election,
mm-hmm,
and the recommendations of certain commissions, the president of the high level committee. But there is one more interesting fact. Again,
mm-hmm.
coincidentally, we have covered this topic. We have
Oh,
covered this topic not in legal reasoning but in GK, and
mm-hmm,
those were the exact information that were shared in our material. So someone who has gone through the material and has covered the topic of one nation, one election from our content would
mm-hmm.
have easily dealt with at least two to three of these questions.
Excellent, excellent. That's very glad to hear that, Akash. Okay, please continue.
Yeah. And then there was a passage on preamble
Mm-hmm,
and the way the Constituent Assembly uh, drafted the Constitution, and basically the journey of the journey of preamble, how it was transformed in the from the objective resolution to a current form of preamble, the current form in which it exists. And
mm-hmm.
again, in that passage also there were two knowledge based questions. So
Okay.
there was one question which asked you about things related to the terms mentioned in the preamble. So
Oh,
there was a question on which of the following terms is not mentioned in the preamble, and the answer was justice, which is justice because the justice, which is as mentioned in preamble, is social, political, and economic, and the
mm-hmm.
option mentioned moral, ethical, and legal. So
Oh.
that was a tricky question, and again, something which is knowledge based, a
No,
factual
actually,
question in legal reasoning.
that's a very risky combination, I would say, Akash, because not
Yes,
only is it knowledge based, it's a knowledge based trick question.
yes,
So
sir. Definitely, it's a
that
difficult
kind
question.
of deepens the or increases the difficulty level much further. All right, okay.
Yes, sir.
Um,
And
now,
also, there was a question again, knowledge based, again from the preamble, which
mhm,
asks the order in which these terms are mentioned. So, generally, students know the five terms, that is sovereign,
right.
socialist, secular, democratic, republic, but they
Mhm,
don't usually know the order.
yeah.
But I remember in my classes, I have specifically asked the students to remember the order of these terms, including the mnemonic for that.
Oh, excellent, excellent. So that is, I think, things like this is where CLAT prep students get the edge when they prepare for legal exams.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely. The CLAT prep student would have definitely had an edge. And as you mentioned in the earlier part of this session, the CLAT
Mhm.
prep students will definitely, help in increasing the cutoff of this exam.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, I remember that. Yeah, thanks, Akash, for pointing that out. Nice. So now, any further? So, how much time do you think students should spend on the legal GK?
Approximately, sir, 25 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes, I would say, because the passages and the question, because there were two passages that had questions based on hypothetical situations.
Mm-hmm.
So that would take some time, and so 25 to 30 minutes. It's an optimum time to spend in legal reasoning section.
All right. All right. Okay. So let's move to the surprise packet this year, which is logical reasoning.
Yes, sir. So in logical reasoning, there were about four. There were in fact four puzzles. One puzzle based on the arrangement of a word, which was electrocardiograph. So this
Okay.
word was given, and there was certain information given regarding reorganization of this word. So this
Okay.
word has to be reorganized, and then there were questions based on that reorganized order.
Okay. So
So again,
kind of an input output question.
input output question. We
Okay.
can consider it as an input output questions, but it required, if someone who's thorough with English language, someone can, if the student can understand the information, then that question was very easy to deal. So all
Oh,
six questions could be marked easily if you can, just there were three pieces of information which you had to decode. Otherwise, then that question I would say it was on the easier side as only.
so not a difficult question,
Not a
but
difficult question at all.
maybe a surprise regardless, because
Yeah.
students were not expecting such questions.
Only the surprise element can be said to be something which can make it make it seem difficult, but otherwise,
Otherwise,
if,
okay.
if someone who has dealt this question with confidence and calmness, and they had control over their nerves, for
All right.
them it was an easy question.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah. I spent around 4 minutes in this question, 4 to 5 minutes, and I was able to solve this question.
Okay. So input output, one passage. Others.
Then there was one more passage which was based on events. It talked about a crime scene, and there were three suspects, and information regarding the alibi given by all the three suspects were given, and you
Mhm.
had to answer the question based on certain informations given in the passage.
Okay.
So
And the other
again,
two
I
sets.
would say a mix of logical, analytical skills and language skills.
Okay. All right. And it's an easy question, you would say?
It's an easy question, sir.
Easy
I
question.
think this was one of the easy. The second set of the legal reasoning section, logical reasoning section, was the easiest question of logical reasoning section.
Okay. All right. Okay. The other two were also easy. Maybe we'll not go
Then
into too much details about those. Quickly tell us if they are easy and manageable.
the third one,
To the
the third
question.
one was easy. The third one was easy. It was a mix of blood relations and coding decoding.
Okay.
Uh, and I would say it was an easy question, but although it would have taken some time for the students to answer. So this was time consuming but easy.
So easy to moderate. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, easy to moderate, because not because of difficulty level, but because of the time it took to solve this
The amount of
individually.
maybe the amount of information that they had to
Yes,
handle
yes,
and
yes.
deal with.
They have
Okay.
to process. They have to process a lot of information, and
Right.
dealing with symbols and alphabets is always difficult, and
Right.
that too when we are dealing with multiple alphabets and symbols together.
Okay.
So
And the last set, Akash.
the last set, in my opinion, was difficult. The one which had data regarding the different rounds and different teams. So, in my opinion, that was a difficult set. It had 7 questions. So,
What kind of a set was this?
so there were the data regarding four teams, and was given, which were semi-finalists or in a particular tournament, and
Mm-hmm.
then they had to compete with each other in 4 different rounds. And
Okay.
some conditional informations were given. There were 5 rules were given, the which talked about the order in which they have to play those matches.
Okay.
And every round had 2 matches, and every
Okay.
team was supposed to play 2 matches each. So, in my opinion, this was a difficult set.
This was a difficult set. All right. So so rounds and matches is what I'll put here.
Yeah.
So how much time would you think students should be spending in the LR area, on the LR area?
Approximately 30 to 35 minutes. So this was a time consuming section, and considering that there was one difficult set in the logical reasoning section, I would say 35 minutes is the
30
appropriate
to
time.
35 minutes. Okay.
30 to
Then
35 minutes.
okay. Then let's move to the last section, quant. So
Yes,
far
sir.
we have exhausted 20 plus 10, 30 and 30 and 30. So 1.5 hour to 1 hour 40 minutes is what we have exhausted. So which means
Yes,
we
sir.
have around 25 to 30 minutes left in our pocket here before we go to the
Hmm.
quant section,
In
right?
fact, I would say that 35 minutes only. You should consider 35 minutes as the time for logical reasoning because it was time consuming, in my opinion.
All right. Okay. So 35 plus 30 is 65 plus 10, 75 plus 20, 95 minutes over, 25 minutes left,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
25 minutes were left for Quant.
Okay.
And in Quant, the first set was difficult, not difficult, but again, calculative difficulty was there. It was difficult to calculate the
Calculations were how
question.
many sets? How many sets were there in quant,
There were
Akash?
only two sets.
Two
Uh,
sets. Okay.
there were two sets, and the passages were lengthy, approximately 250 to 250. Yeah, both the passages were about 250 words each. And lot of unnecessary information was also given in the passages.
Okay.
Something which was not at all useful for solving the questions.
Okay. Okay. So we'll actually once our discussion is over, we'll quickly jump to our quant expert who will take us through the quant sections, both of them. Okay. So
Yeah.
before that, so overall, would you say these two are easy, moderate, difficult? These two sets?
Sir, one set I would say was moderate because
Mhm.
it took time for me to calculate the figures. And
Okay.
then the second set was easy. Second set was very easy, in fact.
Very easy. All right. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. Let's put it
Because
that way.
all the data was given. It was
Okay.
based on percentages. So all the data was given for the table, which was necessary to solve the question. Only thing that student was required to do was to do some basic percentage based calculations.
Okay. So overall, you're saying compared to last year, the paper was slightly difficult, but not
Yes, sir.
so for
Not
CLAT
so
prep students,
difficult to
basically.
have any kind of a substantial variation in the cutoff.
Okay. So overall, you'll put both CLAT 24 and CLAT 25 papers at par. Is that what I hear you say?
Yeah, 24 and 25 were at par, but 26, that is this year's paper, was
I mean, sorry.
slightly difficult.
Yeah, yeah. 25 was slightly difficult. 24 and 25 are at par, and 26 paper is slightly difficult compared
Slightly
to those
difficult.
2 years.
So, and even in terms of number of attempts, because I wrote the paper, so I know the kind of pressure the students would have felt.
Mm-hmm.
I exactly went through that process, and
Mm-hmm.
slightly, I would say the paper was lengthy as well. Slightly
Lengthy as
lengthy.
well. Okay.
Yeah.
So overall,
Especially because for someone who
we have a lengthy
slightly
paper,
lengthy.
slightly lengthy, and slightly difficult.
Yes, sir.
And add
Also,
this.
and what makes the paper lengthy is the presence of numerous surprises along with the logical reasoning set.
All right. All
The,
right.
the, the one set of logical reasoning that I talked about.
Right. Right. Got that. So thank you very much, Akash, for your inputs. Folks, we will now go live solving the quant section, solving all the questions of the CLAT 26 paper one by one. We'll start off with the quant section. I welcome our head of quant, Rahul sir, to start off with this. While we while we have Rahul sir in, before we have Rahul sir in, we'll quickly go and check out what the students are saying about the CLAT paper. Let's play the video.
As you can see, Mahi is there with us. So she has just given the CLAT exam right now. Mahi, how was the paper? Yeah, it was good. Bit hard, and the paper pattern was like extraordinarily changed. Is it changed paper? Yeah, there was a bunch of surprises. Bit of surprise. Have you prepared from there? No, I did self-study, and I don't I did took the test series of legal ed.
Is the PDF ready?
Yeah, I did self-study and the library is self standard.
PDF
No,
ready?
I'm proper. Okay,
We
you're
have to write
preparing
on.
for your plan. Yeah. Okay. You're happy? Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, so welcome to the quantitative techniques section of CLAT 2026. So far as this section is concerned, we didn't see much of a surprise. I mean, yes, the CLAT consortium did confuse candidates a little bit in the last 1-2 weeks, by rolling out 2 different sample papers. One had 2 sets of 6 questions each and one had 3 sets of 4 questions each. But today, now that the exam is over, we don't have any confusion. Today, they stuck with the same time-tested format that they've been trying for the past few years. The whole exam has 120 questions and quantitative techniques has exactly 10% of the questions, that is 12 questions. They went with 2 sets of 6 questions each, the same thing that they followed the last few years. Out of these 2 sets, the first set involved lots of calculations and big numbers. The second one was fairly straightforward and doable. All right. So instead of the previous passage, I mean, the whole thing had a lot of data which was not really relevant. Right, we'll jump to the numbers right away. So the ratio of insured adults in urban to rural, right? So to get there, what do we need? You have to go a little up, little higher. Yeah. So there was a survey which was conducted with regards to insurance, right? It talked about adults in urban areas and rural areas. And in urban area as well as rural area, it talked about public schemes, private insurance, employee provided coverage, and uninsured. That's 4 categories, right? Out of 1,80,000 people, urban residents formed 55%, which is 99,000 people. 99,000 people resided in the urban area. Out of those 99,000 people, we have people who had insurance from public schemes, private insurance, employer provided coverage, as well as uninsured. These are the people who don't have any kind of insured cover, right? So further, in urban areas, this percentage is also given in the same order. So no confusion here. Had this order been changed, a lot of students would have made a mistake, right? There, public, we went in the same order. Remember, public, private, employer, uninsured. So public is 28%, private 22%, employer 18%, 32%. 28, 22, 50, 18, 32, 50. The total is 100%, right? That's the split of the urban area. I'm not going to form a table or anything yet. I'm not going to do the calculations till I know what I need to find out, right? That's the smart thing about exams. So here, the second part in rural areas where formal coverage is generally lower. Okay, here also we have public, private, employer, and uninsured. What is this? 35%, 10%, 8%, and 47%. The total adds up to 100% once again, right? Insured includes everyone insured by these 3, and uninsured indicates those who are not insured. So the first question, the ratio of insured adults in urban is to rural is insured adults. Now check urban. In urban, how many are uninsured? This 32% are uninsured, right? Which means the remaining 68% are insured. So 0.68 into what is the total population in urban region? Urban region population is 99,000. So let's ignore the thousands. 0.68 into 99 is 2. What about the insured adults in rural area? Check rural area. In rural areas, this whole thing, uninsured is how much? 47%. So 53% is insured, right? 0.53 into what is the total population in a rural area? 81,000. Ignore the 1,000, 81. So what is my ratio? 68 into 99 is to 53 into 81. Anything common? Yes, 9 is definitely common. 9 11, sir. 9, 9, sir. So 11 into 68. 68 into 11. 68 into 10 plus 68 into 1. Right? 680 plus 68. 748 is to, what is this? 53 into 9. Do I have a 748 somewhere here? I have a 748 here. 9 3s are 27. 9 5s are 45 plus 2. 477, right? So that's option B. First one. Didn't take too long. Now, had the student made the mistake of tabulating something, identifying and finding each value one by one, if the student make the mistake of doing 0.28 into 99,000, 0.22 into 99,000, that would have bled him a lot of time. We didn't do that. We went about it smartly. We recognized, we highlighted, and then we proceeded to the answer solving part directly. Can we look at the next question? Question number 110, please. By what percentage is the number of uninsured in rural higher than uninsured in urban? Okay, uninsured in rural is how much? check this. 47% uninsured in rural, 32% uninsured in urban. So obviously the expectation is in rural, the uninsured would be higher. How much is that? 0.47 into 81, right? 0.47 into 81 is how much more than uninsured in urban is minus 0.32 into how much was that? That was 99, right? A is what percent is greater than B. A minus B by B into 100, right? Uninsured in rural minus uninsured in urban by uninsured in urban into 100, right? This whole thing into 100. This is what we'll do. Now, the second term is same as the denominator. So this sort of cancels out. I'm only interested in the first term. What is the first term? 47 into 81 by 32 into 99 minus 1 into 100, right? This is what we know. So 9 is common here. 9 11s, 9 9s, right? How much is that? 47 into 9. So 470. 47 into 10 is 470 minus 47. What would it be? It would be 423. 423 divided by 32 into 11 is 320 plus 32. 352 minus 1 into 100, right? How much will this be? 352. Ones are 352. How much remains? 70. 352 into 0.2 is 70. 1.2 minus 1. 0.2 into 100. This is very, very close to option B, 20.17%. Let's look at the next question. If the total population grows by 5% next year and all percentage shares remain the same, meaning urban rural split remains the same thing, 55% 45%, and the total population increased by 5%, how many additional privately insured people will be there next year? Okay, privately insured people. Now privately insured, I need to know how many are there in urban and how many are there in rural, right? Let's check this. Private in urban is 22%, right? How much is that? 22% of 99,000. Okay, and what about rural? In rural, check private in rural areas where formal average is covered. Private is 10%. That would be 10% of 81,000. This is 99,000. 10% of 81,000, right? So 22% of 99,000, and this we add it and then we increase it by 5%. Simple, right? We increase this, we add this 22% of 99 plus 10% of 81,000, and then we divide it by 20 to get what we want. What is this? 22% is 0.22 into 99000. So that would be 22 into 990 plus, what is this? 10%, 0.1. So this is 1 into 810. 810, right? This will be by divided by 20, correct? So just divide this whole thing. What do we have? 10% of 81,000, this would be 810, and then just add this 0, this vanishes. This is 22, 22 sir, 1980 plus 98, this is 2000 to 81. This is 2800 something, 2800 close to slightly round figure, divide by 2, 1400 something. Option A, 1494. I'm not interested in the specifics. It's close enough. I don't have any other options which are close enough, right? Next one, the total number of employer covered adults is, to get the total number of employer covered adults, what we need to do? Employee provided, this is the third one, right? The third one is 18% in the first case and 8% in the second case. 18%, 8%, right? So that would be 18%, meaning 18 by 100 into 99,000 plus 8%, 8 by 100 into 81,000, right? How much is this? 6480. And how much is this? 18 into 990. 18 into 1000, I know is 18,000, minus 10, just subtract 180, right? 18,000 minus something, 17,000 something. So 17,005 something, 24,300, option C, right? And then the next one, what percentage of all insured adults are publicly insured? What percentage of all insured adults? Okay, let's see that first. All insured adults would be, let's remove the people who are not insured at all. 32% in urban are not insured. And what about here? 47%. So that's 68% there and 53% here. First of all, right? 68% and 53%. 0.68 into 0.68 and 0.53. 0.53 into 81,000. And this is 0.68 into 99,000. This will be in the denominator. In the numerator, what percentage of all insured adults are publicly insured? In the numerator, I want how many are publicly insured. Public schemes, check this. Public schemes are 28% in the first case, and in the second case, 35%, right? 28% and 35%. 0.28 into 99 plus 0.35 into 81, right? Now, where do we start? We can cancel out all the common 9s. 9 9s are 9 9s are. This is 9 11s are. This is 9 11s are, right? Just remove all the decimals. That's 28 into 11, 308 plus what is this? 35 into 9, 315 divided by what is this? 68 into 11, 748 plus what is that? 53 into 9. 9 3 is 27, 9 5 is 45, 477, right? So this whole thing comes to how much? 623 divided by what is in the denominator? 7 plus 4, 11 plus this is 12, 48 plus 77, that will be 25, right? This is almost close to 50%, slightly higher than half of this would be 613, that's about 623, slightly more than 50%. So option C, right? Last question. I understand by now most of you would have gotten the same feeling. The calculations were somewhat cumbersome compared to recent years. But trust me, the next set is quite rewarding. You ace through this and the next one you will be able to score in no time. So what percentage of the total surveyed population was insured? Okay, total surveyed population was how much? 1,80,000, correct? Now here we had the insured population, right? 0.68 into 99 plus 0.53 into 81 divided by 180, correct? So I can see 9 is common here, 11s, 9 9s, this is 20s, right? So 0.68 into 11 plus 0.53 into 9 divided by 20. How much is that? This is 748. This is 477. We just calculated it. 1225 in the numerator. See, this is how it helps. The previous calculation was exactly the same if you pay attention. This was 1225. So the numerator is 1225 divided by 20 here. How much is this? 61.25. Option C, right? It looks very difficult, but it's only elementary. I mean, we did the whole thing in what? About 6 to 7 minutes, 7, 8 minutes max. Let's quickly look at the next set, which was pretty rewarding, right? A state electricity report serves as an important tool to assess all of that. All right. A state electricity report provides quarterly generation by source: coal, gas, hydro, solar, and wind. All right. So I have quarterly generation from coal in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Similarly, I have for coal, gas, hydro, solar, and wind. All right. So I have generation data for all the 4 types of power generated, right? So let's see: coal, gas, hydro, solar, and wind. Further, I know renewables are taken as hydro plus solar plus wind. So let's put it this way: coal is 2200. This is Q1, 1, 2, 3, 4. What are the figures? Coal 2200, and this is 800, and then that is 900, 700, 400. 900, 700, and this is 400. Right? 11, 2028, 5,000, that's the total, right? And then coal rises to 2,400, rises, falls, we're not interested, we're only interested in the numbers, right? 2,400, 700, and then 1,800, 600, 1,800, 600. Now, if you don't want to write the hundreds, you just want to write 24, 7, 10, 8, 6, perfectly fine. You should just not make a mistake in doing so, right? What about third quarter? 2,100. And 900. And what about the rest? 800,000, 700. 800,000 and 700, right? And then what about the fourth quarter? 23, 850. And then 1100 and 900, 850. 900 and 850, right? Now, the total annual generation is how much? Don't make a mistake and add all these. We already have total annual data here. 6,000, 11,500, 55 plus 55 is 11, plus 6, 17, plus 5, that's 22,000. This total figure we already have, that's option C, right? Next question. The overall renewable share is closest to, what is renewable? Hydro, solar, wind, right? So these three are the total. Let's add it up. 10 plus 9, 19, 19, 11, 3,000, 3,800, 4,500, 5,300, 6,300, 7,200, 7,600, 8,200, 8,900, 9,750, right? 9,750 out of the total. The total we just calculated is 22,000, right? So how much is that? 22,000.45, somewhere close to 0.45 into 22,000 is 9,900, slightly less than 45%. Option C, 44.3%. Next one, the quarter with the highest renewable percentage share is, all right. So what are my quarterly totals? 5, 5.5. This is 5, 5.5. This is 5.5. And this is 6, right? Highest renewable share. Check. Renewable in the first quarter, 8 plus 9, 17, 24, 28, right? How much is this? These three, actually, yeah. 9 plus 7, 16 plus 4, 20. 20 by 50, 2,000 by 5,000, all right? That's for the first quarter. The second quarter, 10 plus 8, 18 plus 6, 24. 24 by 5.5, all right? Third quarter, 8 plus 10, 18 plus 7, 25. 25 by 5.5. And the last quarter, 1,100 plus 9, 2,000, 2,000 plus 850, 2,850, 2,850, 285 by 600, you can say, right? Now the question is, which of this is the highest? 20 by 50, 24 by 5.5, 25 by 5.5, 2.5 by 5.5, and then 285 by 600. Now compare the first quarter to the second quarter. Check the numerator and denominator. Denominator increasing by 10%, but numerator increasing by 20%, 20 to 24. So second quarter is definitely greater than the first quarter, right? This is eliminated. Second quarter is higher. Now compare the second quarter to the next quarter. From second to third quarter, denominator is same, but numerator is increasing to 2.5. So second quarter is once again eliminated. Third quarter is higher than the second quarter. And what about the next? 2.5 to 2.85 to 6, let's say. 5.5 to 6, 55 to 60, that's roughly 10% increase, right? What about the numerator? 2.5 to 2.85. 2.5, 10% increase would be 0.25. 2.5 plus 0.25 is 2.75. This is more than a 10% increase. While your denominator is increasing roughly by about 10%, your numerator is increasing by more than 10%. So the winner would be quarter 4. So to answer the question, the quarter with the highest renewable percentage share is D, quarter 4, right? Next, a carbon policy reduces Q4 coal by 10% and shifts the same to equally to solar and wind. What is the new quarter for solar? What happened? In quarter 4, coal was reduced by 10%. Okay, let's see, what was coal in quarter 4? Coal is the first one, 2,300. Half, sorry, 10% is how much? 0.1 into that, 230. Out of that, half will go to solar. How much will be that? 115. 115 plus 900. 900 plus 115. How much would that be? That would be 1015. Option C, right? The next one, the annual gas is to hydro generation ratio is, all right. Which one is gas? Which one is hydro? Let's see. So we have coal, gas, hydro, and hydro, solar, wind, right? The question is asking gas to hydro. Okay, this is gas and this is hydro, right? Total 8 plus 7, 15 plus 9, 24 plus 850, 24, 850, 3250 is to, what is this total? 19, 3,000, 3,800, 3,800, right? 3,250 is to 3,800, 325 is to 380, divide by 5, 65 is to 76. All right, do we have a 65 is to 76? Yes, option B, 65 is to 76. Now, the quarter with the lowest renewable percentage share is Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Now, remember in a previous question, we had already done highest share of renewable energy. Now, what was that? This was the highest. So, since this is the highest, this can't be the lowest, right? By that logic, among 2 and 3, 3, 1, and we cancel 2. So, 3 is also not the lowest. Among 1 and 2, remember we said 1 is lower than 2. Therefore, 1 should be the lowest. 1 is lesser than 2, 2 lesser than 3, 3 lesser than 4. Fortunately, the question was designed such, right? So, the answer is first quarter. Now, you'd realize the second set took only a fraction of the effort that it took us to actually solve the first set, right? So, that's the quantitative technique. We have solved all 12 questions in a matter of no time. Now, let's quickly look at some of the student feedbacks. Let's look at a Hyderabadi student and what he has to say about his CLAT exam. Now, friends, over to Kuldeep sir from Jaipur, our in-house GK expert, and he'll tell you everything about the paper and he'll take you through the paper question by question. Over to you, Kuldeep sir. It's connected, right? Okay.
So hello guys. So I hope you had a wonderful paper, and I believe as we expected, the questions are going to come from what all important topics. Those are the important topics which was visible in your examination. I don't think any one of you had any problem in the GK section. At least I can be very sure of my CLAT Prep students who would be observing that whatever we have asked in the mocks, whatever special sessions we took in terms of your GK marathons, in terms of your MIT sessions, everything has been covered in your particular classes only. And the good news is, or I believe, that all of you must be scoring a perfect score in the GK. Yes, there was one passage with regard to Air India crash that was a little bit unexpected, but even in that passage, most of the questions were from the passage only. So I think you must have been able to attempt them very, very clearly. Okay, so let's look at the questions at the passage and then we'll look at the answers also. Okay, as you can see, the first passage was again on the expected lines, as has been the trend with your CLAT consortium, that it always asks you one particular passage which relates to your international relations and international organization. And this time I have to say that at least two passages are from international relations or international organizations also. Okay, so if you look at the theme of the first passage, so we always go through the theme of the passage in our mocks also. So the theme of this particular passage is the recently put up tariffs by the US on India. Okay, As you can see, there is this full passage, a very small passage, and interestingly, they also provide you the source from where they have taken up their passage. So this is a Times of India passage from September 21st, 2025. So you know this, that if your exam is in December, first week of December, there is one passage from the last week of September also. Okay. So if you will look at this particular passage, so here it is basically talking about the 50% tariff which has been imposed on the India on the Indian exports to the US. Okay, so let's look at the questions directly now. Okay, so you look at the first particular question. The question is, and it's a tricky question, I would say. How? So let's look at the question. What percentage tariff did President Trump initially impose on Indian imports in 2025? Okay, so many of you would go through the passage and would read that there is this one number given, 50% tariff has been imposed, and you would think ki yes, 50%, we have read all around the year that 50% tariff has been imposed. But if you will look at the question properly, and I'm expecting the examiner is trying to be smart here, so it has asked you what percentage tariff did President Trump initially impose on Indian imports in 2025. So it is asking you what was the initial tariff. So the initial tariff was not 50%, initial tariff was 25%. Okay, so initial tariff was 25%, and then another 25% was imposed, bringing the total tariff to 50%. So in CLAT Prep view, the answer should be B, because here it is not asking you what is the tariff, the total tariff implemented by the US government on Indian exports. It is asking you what was the initial tariff imposed by Donald Trump. Okay, so we have to be very clear while we are going through the questions, because the examiner is checking how are you able to read between the lines, and not even between the lines, are you able to read the lines properly, because it is asking you the initial tariff percentage which has been imposed. So I would say the correct answer 25 is going to be option B. Okay, so in case of any confusion, I would say it's B. In off chance D could have been the answer, we have to wait for the official key, because it's up to CLAT consortium what they believe is the correct answer. But obviously 15% and 40% are not the correct answer, and in my view, in CLAT Plus view, it is going to be 25%, because initially it was 25%, then another 25%, bringing the total tariff to 50%. Okay, so 25, the answer is going to be B. Okay, let's move to the next question. Again, the examiner has been very smart this year. I would say I'm not disappointed with CLAT this year. CLAT console, I'm not disappointed with them. Why I'm not disappointed? Because last year they did not make even a decent paper. That was a very bad paper, specifically in the GK section. But this time they have done some homework and they have prepared a very good paper, I would say. Okay, so if I look at the question number 26, again you have to read the questions properly. I've always told all my students, please read the question properly, because it is not asking you the reason what Donald Trump has cited for penalizing. It has asked you the strategic reason which Donald Trump has cited for penalizing India with additional tariffs apart from trade imbalances. Again, if you were of the view that just by reading the passage you could have answered the particular question, then possibly you would mark it as a wrong one. Why? Because if you read this particular passage, this passage is talking about that some Trump supporters have said that Trump was convinced of the need to reform the guest worker visa program ever since MAGA hardliners persuaded him that American workers were being gamed out of jobs by foreign companies and the US big tech acting in tandem. Okay, so somewhere it is stating, or the passage is telling you that one of the reason apart from trade imbalances why US is imposed tariffs on us is that because US or Donald Trump wants to save jobs. Okay, so if you will look at the option A itself, it is also talking about India's IT service export. Okay, so this particular passage in this option is to confuse you. Why? Because the question is, what strategic reason did Donald Trump cite for this particular tariffs which has been imposed? So the answer, because we have read it in our classes, we have read it in our GK mantras, and I'm sure you must have read it in your newspaper also. It was because the reason which was cited by Donald Trump was India's defense and energy ties with Russia. Okay, so this is the main reason. What is the reason cited for these particular tariffs. Okay, if I would have gone by the passage only, I would have marked A, but because it is asking you what strategic reason did Donald Trump cite, so the strategic reason for these particular tariff is the increase in the defense and energy ties with Russia. So for 26, the answer is going to be D. Okay, and I'm not feeling good to tell you this, but if you will look at the drafting of these papers, and if you have used ChatGPT in your life, okay, in the last 1 year, if you have used ChatGPT, you can see here that the usually ChatGPT, what does ChatGPT does is that whichever is the lengthiest option is usually the correct option. Okay, if I look at these particular 4 options, you can see here option D is the lengthiest one. If I look at options 27, I don't even have to go through the options. I can see that the length of this option B is much longer than the other 3 options. So I know B is the answer. Same is the case with 28, option D also. You can see here that possibly CLAT consortium has to be a little bit clever, and even if they are using ChatGPT, even if they are using AI, they should redraft their options. Okay, and I am disappointed because of this particular thing. Okay, so that also proves me that 26, the correct answer, I know the correct answer to this is going to be D because it is the lengthiest option. Okay, now let's look at the 27. I am sure all of you would have been able to attempt this particular question, and you can see here CLAT, how obsessed CLAT consortium was with this Chabar port, because this Chabar port is not just asked in this passage, it is in another passage also. Again, the location of Chabar port has also been asked. Okay, however, let's look at question 27. What is the strategic significance of Chabar port for India? What is the strategic significance? So the strategic significance is because your China is building a strategic port in Pakistan, and that particular port is Gwadar port. Okay, and this Chabar port is very near to the Gwadar port. So this particular Chabar port can act as a counterweight to that particular Gwadar port only. Okay, so this is the correct answer for 27. If you will look at A, C, D, they are not at all relevant also. So correct answer for 27 is going to be option B. Okay, for 27 is B. Let's look at 28. Okay, something which we have done in detail. I was expecting that there would be one particular question on H1B visa. This was part of our MIT also. Okay, so the list of MITs in the end, and we had shortlisted your particular MITs to around 125 topics, the final list, and you can see here 4 out of 5 topics are from that MIT list only. Okay, and the one passage which is not in the MIT is basically a passage based passage only. Okay, so H1B visa. Okay, so this is a non-immigrant visa. This was the first thing which we studied, and if you will look at the option, this itself makes it clear that the correct answer is going to be D. And again, if you have been a user of ChatGPT, you know that the lengthiest option is usually correct. I would have been very happy if, to confuse the student, they would have made this as the wrong option, because this is the lengthiest one. Okay, so some very smart student might have attempted it wrong. Okay, anyway, so what is special about H1B visa? Why was in news? Why Indians are the largest immigrant group which takes benefit of this H1B visa? So the reason is that in this non-immigrant visa, people who are in specialty occupation, so that is the term which is used by the Immigration Act. Okay, so H1B visa is basically a clause in the Immigration Act of 1990, and in that only it is stated that if a US company cannot find a local worker who can do this specialty occupation, then in that particular case that company can hire a foreign worker for doing the same particular specialized job. Okay, so for that particular reason, the correct answer for 28 is again going to be D. Okay, let's move to the next question now. Okay, so let's look at the next question, question number 29. Okay, and as you can see, and again this time if you were of the view that passage is going to give you answers, I wouldn't be agreeing to this particular point of view, because I believe all the 4 questions which you have done till now, you cannot find, and you would be giving the passage going to give you a wrong answer instead if you rely on the passages. Okay, now I would suggest that this is a very easy question. It has asked you the acronym MAGA mentioned in the above passage refers to. So this is something which we discuss in classes. It is something which, if you watch news or if you have seen Donald Trump's any of the press conferences, he always talks about MAGA. So what is this MAGA? So MAGA was one of his campaign. It was his campaign slogan. Okay, and now this campaign slogan of Donald Trump has become the slogan of the right wing. right wing of USA. So we have discussed all of this topic when we were discussing the left wing and the right wing in the US polity. Okay, and what does MEGA stands for? It stands for Make America Great Again. Great Again. Okay, which is of the view that currently America is not at its the pole position. So it is for us to make America great again and bring America to that particular heights again. Okay, so correct answer 29 is going to be option B. Okay, so this was your first passage. Let's move to the second passage. Okay, so if you have listened to us, we had asked you, we have prepared a specific MIT. Okay, we had prepared a MIT on chess. This was also forwarded to you just 2 days ago. This particular PPT was also forwarded to you, and all the questions which you would see in this particular passage, in this particular passage, were there in this MIT. Okay, this we had covered because it was expected that CLAT consortium either likes to ask questions from cricket or from chess only. Okay, so this was also part of your GK marathon series also. Okay, this was part of your GK marathon series also. So I'm sure you have got full out of full 100 out of 100 in this particular passage. Okay, one thing which you need to be again very clear is that if you would have read the passage, you would not have found any answer in this particular passage. So the passage is related to chess, but none of the question is from the passage. Okay, so let's look at the very easy questions which have been asked. At least for CLAT Prep students, these would have been easier to attempt. Okay, the first question, where is the origin of chess believed to be? So it's our very own country, India, where it originated as Chaturanga. Okay, it originated as Chaturanga. Then when it went to Arabian countries, it becomes Shatranj. So Shatranj is not an Indian name. Chaturanga is an Indian name. Okay, so the origin of chess is believed to be India only. So correct answer 30 is going to be option C. Okay, a very easy question, I would say. Okay, next, who was the first Indian to earn the title of chess grandmaster? Okay, it is something which is very important. So if you have this 2500 plus LO ratings, and if you also fulfill other criterias which are there to become a grandmaster, then you are given this title of grandmaster, which means you are a much better qualified player of this particular game. Okay, and we have read when D. Gukesh became the youngest world champion also. But the question is, who was the first Indian to earn the title of chess grandmaster? So it was none other than the first grandmaster of India, Vishwanath Anand, and he became chess grandmaster in the year 1988 itself. Okay, so this is the first grandmaster. If this would have been 20 GK question class, or this would have been your news analysis, I would have asked you how many. So in case you know the answer, you can still answer. How many chess grandmasters India currently has? Okay, so these are the usual questions which were asked in your 20 GK questions and your particular news analysis also. So correct answer 31 is going to be option D. Let's look at 32. Who was the first official world chess champion? Okay, again an important question from history. So the first official world chess champion, so because D. Gukesh became the youngest chess champion, it was obvious that they are going to ask you the first official world chess champion, and it was Wilhelm Steinitz. Okay, so he was of Austrian origin and later he became an American citizen. Okay, so he was an Austrian American, and when this world chess champion began as a tournament, he was the first one to be the world chess champion. Okay, so correct answer for 32 is going to be option D. Okay, all of the other particular players are also the greatest of the great of this particular game. Okay, let's move to the next one. Question number 33rd. Which of the following computers successfully defeated Garry Kasparov, the reigning world chess champion, in a tournament match? Okay, so again, it's a very important particular event in the chess history, when in the year 1997, IBM's IBM Deep Blue had a particular chess tournament, with Garry Kasparov, who was the world chess champion at that time, and IBM Blue won this tournament 3.5:2.5. Okay, so 6 tournaments were played, 1 was a draw, 3 matches were won by IBM's Deep Blue, and 2 matches were won by Garry Kasparov. So finally, in a chess tournament, it was a computer which basically defeated a human. Okay, so this was a big particular change in the history of chess. So correct answer for 33 is going to be option C, and I'm sure all of you must have been able to answer these questions, because in the very recent mocks, only in the last 5 mocks, this particular question we had asked. Okay, now let's look at the next one. Again, you can see here, it's a very important question. Chess was important this year because the 11th edition of Chess World Cup. Okay, your World Chess Championship is a different particular tournament, and your World Chess World Cup is a different tournament. So the 11th edition of Chess World Cup, which was conducted in the year 2025, October November month only, it was conducted in India, and it was conducted in the state of Goa only. Okay, so Goa, India is going to be the correct one. Okay, and this has already been completed now, and a player from Uzbekistan has been crowned the world chess champion. Okay, so Uzbekistan player has been crowned as a world chess champion right now, and this particular tournament was held in Goa, India, and that was one reason why chess was important for us this year. So correct answer for 34 is going to be option C. Okay, now let's move to the next passage now. Okay, as expected, the most important topic, the MIT, which I ask you to revise again and again, which I ask you that even if you have time, please read more about this particular topic, because it is expected that they are going to ask certain questions, and after 3-4 questions, 2 questions would be there, which would be something which only who has done deep study of this topic would be able to attempt. Okay, and the topic was the recently conducted Operation Sindoor after the Pahalgam attack. And all the questions which have been asked are on the expected lines. Okay, again, by reading the passage, I doubted that you would be able to answer even one question. So passage reading would not have helped you, and I would go to the extent to say that if you have prepared well for your GK, then you could have answered these particular questions without even going through the passage, which means if you would have managed your time properly, you could have done GK, all of this GK in maximum 7 to 8 minutes, maximum 7 to 8 minutes, because you did not had to read the passages. Okay, and this means you had more time to devote to other sections of GK section. Okay, now let's look at this question, a very simple question. So I know in April month, a horrendous terrorist attack took place in Pahalgam. So the first question which they have asked you, where is Pahalgam situated in India? I would rate it as a very, very easy question. Someone who is not sleeping under a rock would also be able to answer. The question is, where is Pahalgam situated? And they are not even asking you which district. We even discussed the district also. We also discussed the valley also. And I'm sure you, all of you are aware that Pahalgam is located in the Bae-Saran Valley. Bae-Saran Valley, which is a valley in Anantnag district of Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, so correct answer for 35 is going to be option C. Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay, next one is the checkpost Atari is located in. Okay, again, this is something which has been asked because this was mentioned in the passage, and when we were discussing your Operation Sindoor in classes in news analysis, there we have discussed, when we were discussing the steps taken after the Pahalgam terror attack, all of these things has been discussed. So the Atari checkpost is very famous, and I am sure all of you must have heard of this Atari Vaga border ceremony. You must have seen this photograph of soldiers from both sides doing a kind of a particular ceremony they are conducting from both sides. The soldiers of both sides, basically they behave like they are about to go to a war. Okay, and that's a very famous ceremony which takes place at Atari Vaga border. So Atari is basically name of a village which is in Amritsar district of Punjab, and Vaga is a border village in the Pakistan state. Okay, so Vaga is in Pakistan, Atari is in India, and this is the place which this particular is a place where you can do border crossing. Okay, and the checkpost Atari, they have simply asked you the checkpost Atari which was closed after this Pahalgam attack, where is it located? So it is obviously located in Amritsar. Okay, near Amritsar in Punjab. So correct answer 36 going to be option A. Okay, let's look at the next one. Okay, again, on the expected lines, I told you BIMSTEC is important, SARC is important, ASEAN is important, SU is important, SU is also there, and they've also asked you which of the following is not a SARC nation. Okay, I'm sure you are aware of the full form of SARC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, and which of the following country is not a member. So we are aware that Afghanistan was the 8th country to join this particular group. Before this, Maldives was the 7th country to join it, and before this, Bangladesh was one of the original members of SARC group, but Mauritius is not a member of this particular grouping. So very easy question. We always ask you that always try to go through the members of these important organizations. So correct answer for 37 is going to be C, because Mauritius is not a SARC nation. Okay, Moving on to the next question. Okay, again, this was one term which was there in this particular passage also. They have not explained the passage, but they've asked you what do you mean by persona non grata. So sometimes even your legal classes, your legal maxim classes can help you in answering GK question also. What do you mean by persona non grata? Persona non grata is a legal term. It's a legal term, and it basically means that if a person is declared to be a persona non grata, then that person is not allowed entry into a country. So what does persona non grata means? It means that a person is not allowed entry into a country. So if I would look at 4 options, obviously if someone is not allowed entry, it means that person is unwelcome. Okay, so what does persona non grata means? It means an unwelcome person. So correct answer 38 is going to be option B. These are not correct. Okay, a simple question. Okay, again, let's move to the next question. Question number 39. Okay, again on expected line, because I have told you that if a question comes on your Operation Sindoor, then they might ask you one question on, let's say, your Pahalgam attack. They might ask you one thing. So for example, for Pahalgam, they've asked one particular question is on Atari, one is on this persona non grata, and because Indus Water Treaty is also related to this topic, they would ask you these questions, and they have asked you not one but 2 questions. Okay, and even in this question we are going to discuss what I asked you to do specifically. Okay, so what this question is, it's a very simple question. So Indus Water Treaty was signed in 1960 between India and Pakistan and was facilitated by which particular organization? So the organization which facilitated the signing of this particular treaty was none other than the World Bank, and it is possibly the only particular international treaty where this country has survived two important wars between these 2 countries also. Okay, but now India decided that enough is enough and water and blood cannot flow together. So we have decided that we are going to abrogate this particular treaty also very soon. Okay, currently it is suspended, but in future we would abrogate this particular treaty if things do not change. Okay, so correct answer 39 is going to be C. Nothing much to explain here because it was a very easy question, but I would suggest, I hope all of you have attempted this particular question correctly, because the question is very simple. It has asked you which of the following is not a tributary of river Indus. So one thing when we discuss Indus Water Treaty is that which are the rivers which were divided between India and Pakistan under the Indus Water Treaty. So we have used this particular acronym ICJ वैसे तो, and the other was RBS. Okay, so it was Indus, Jhelum on Chenab, and these were Ravi, Vyas, Satluj. So as I can see here, I can see Chenab and Jhelum are there, Ravi, Vyas, Satluj are there. Okay, so which means Tapti is the particular river which is not a tributary of river Indus. All of these particular rivers are finally basically merged into the Indus River only. These India rivers, Ravi, Vyas, Satluj, they merge into Indus after entering Pakistan. Okay, so some of you might have marked Ravi as one of the tributaries, thinking that these are the tributaries, these are not the tributaries, but that is not correct. All of these are part of the Indus water system only, but Tapti is not a particular river. Okay, so 40 answer is C. Okay, now let's look at the next particular passage. Again, the passage is on the expected line of SEO. Okay, and they have basically asked you one passage based question also here, which otherwise is also a very easy question. Okay, again, passage reading would have helped you in answering this one question if you don't have prior idea about this particular passage, but otherwise you could have answered this particular passage or these questions without even going through the passage. Okay, so let's look at question 41. The civilizational dialogue forum proposed by the Prime Minister of India at the 25th meeting of Shanghai Cooperation Organization is intended to promote. Again, why we discuss theme of the passages always? Why do we discuss themes? Because many a times themes would provide you the answers to the passages. Okay, so this particular forum has been proposed by India only. So Prime Minister Modi has proposed this particular dialogue forum between your Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So it's a forum where people to people talks are going to take place. Where people to people talks are going to take place, and you can see here it is something related to civilizational dialogue. Okay, which means that we are going to have people to people exchanges and cultural exchanges. So if I look at the 4 options, I would see that it specifically is talking about cultural understanding only. Okay, and if I have to show you where you can find the answer to this particular question in the passages, that here this particular forum has been mentioned, and here the answer is specifically given. Okay, so this was one particular answer, at least one. So there is one question which was answered in the passage also. Okay. Okay, so the correct answer for 41 is obviously going to be D, because this is from the passage only. Okay, let's look at the next one. Okay, next, very important question. The next presidency of SCO is taken over by. So we always do who was the previous president of SCO, or which country hosted the previous SCO, which country is hosting the current SCO, and which country is going to host the next SCO. Okay, so this year we discussed the SCO meeting, and now they are asking you not this year's SCO meeting, they are asking you the next year SCO meeting. So we know this, that the next presidency of SCO has been taken up by Kyrgyz Republic. So where the answer is? So answer is in option A, Kyrgyzstan or Kyrgyz Republic is going to be the next president of the SCO. So correct answer 42 is going to be option A. Okay, now let's look at the next one. Next is again Chahabar Port is again here asking you a very simple question. We don't have to read the first line also. It is simply asking you where Chahabar Port is located. So Chahabar Port has been designed strategically to counter the Gwadar Port. Okay, and where this port is located? So it is very located near to the Gwadar Port and to the west of Gwadar Port, and the country which is west of Pakistan is Iran, and this port is located in Iran only. Okay, so correct answer 43 is going to be option B. Okay, a very easy question, I would say. Okay, again they have asked you which are the following countries not a member of SCO. Okay, so you can see here membership, knowing the membership of international organization is how much important. Okay, and again I would rate it as an easy question, because again it is one question which we do again and again whenever we discuss SCO, and they have not asked you some old particular members, they have asked you the most recent members. Okay, so Pakistan and India became members in 2017, Iran became a member in 2023, and Belarus is the newest member. Belarus is the newest member of this SCO grouping. So which country is not a member? So the country which is not a member of SCO is obviously Myanmar. So correct answer for 44 is going to be option D. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, again something very basic, something very easy. So many of you might have attempted wrong, thinking that it is Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So possibly the secretariat would be in Shanghai, China. But I am sure that's why we discuss it again and again, because although it is called a Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and although its headquarters is in China only, but it is not in these particular cities, but it is in the capital of China, which is Beijing. Okay, so where is the secretariat of SCO located? It is in Beijing, China. And whenever we used to discuss SCO secretariat, we always used to discuss the red secretariat also. So CLAT Prep student can answer me where this red secretariat is located. Others can also answer it. Okay. Anyway, if you are someone who's planning for CLAT next year, you should know all of these stuff. Okay, moving on to the next one. At the conclusion of the 25th SCO summit, the member countries adopted which particular declaration? Okay, so again, I just remember in yesterday's class only, I was teaching APAC, and I asked them, whenever a particular exam is going to ask you a question of a summit, they would either ask you where it was hosted or what was the outcome of that particular summit. Okay, and again what they've asked you, what is the outcome of this particular summit, and usually in the city where it is located, that outcome or that declaration is named after that city only. So if you know where the SCO summit took place, then you can easily answer this. So this year's SCO summit was hosted in Tianjin, which is in China. Okay, so the 25th SCO summit outcome was Tianjin Declaration. Okay, and we usually go one step ahead and also discuss what was the theme of this Tianjin Declaration, what was basically decided in Tianjin Declaration. So correct answer for 46 is going to be option B. Okay, all easy till now. Okay, so all of these would not even require to go through the passage also. Okay, now finally let's look at the next passage. Okay, so next passage is on the fatal Air India crash. Air India 171 crashed in Ahmedabad, and it was a very sad news. It was one of the most horrific air traffic incident which had taken place in India after a long gap of 30-40 years. Okay, so this was also one important topic. However, this was not, it was not expected that they are going to ask you from this passage, because more or less they have asked you what? They have asked you certain factual information. Okay, and some of the answers are there in the passage also. So for this passage also you have to read your particular for this particular question you have to read the passage also. Okay, so what are some learnings of this particular CLAT GK section is that more or less most of the questions are factual in nature only. More or less you don't have to read the passage for at least 3 passages, but for 2 passages to answer 1 or 2 questions you might have to read the passage also. Okay, so you cannot completely ignore the passage. So what strategy you can use if you are planning to give CLAT next year is so for those who are planning to give next year, that always go through the question first, then go through the passage, and then attempt the particular question. So what would happen is that if the questions are factual in nature, you would basically attempt most of the questions, and accordingly you would only look for answers which you feel like might be there in the passage. So this would help you to complete your GK section not in 20-25 minutes, but let's say in 12 to 13 minutes, even if you are reading the passages. Okay, so let's look at this particular question. Okay, so the question is Air India flight AI-171 was operating from Ahmedabad to which particular airport? So this particular flight was an international flight, and this was moving from Ahmedabad to the London Gatwick airport. So correct answer 47 is going to be option A. Okay, now let's move to the next one. Okay, the next one is, who is the Minister of Civil Aviation of India? So as a citizen of India, you are supposed to know who are the ministers of India. It is not enough if you just know the Prime Minister of India, Defense Minister of India. If some minister's name is coming in news again and again, and this particular minister's name has been coming in the newspaper for the last 2-3 days also. Okay, so although CLAT consortium did not ask you because of this Indigo fiasco, it has asked you because of the Air India fiasco. Okay, but I am sure you must have been able to answer this, because you must have read about him somewhere in the newspaper also. So he's the current Minister of Civil Aviation. So they have made it a difficult question, because all 4 have been or were the Civil Aviation Minister of India at some point of time. Okay, so before the current Civil Aviation Minister, Jyotirao Sindhya was the previous Civil Aviation Minister, who's the current Civil Aviation Minister. So he is a MP from Andhra Pradesh, and it is Shri Ram Mohan Naidu. So current Minister of Civil Aviation of India is Shri Ram Mohan Naidu. He is an MP from Andhra Pradesh. So correct answer for 48 is going to be option C. Okay, now move to the next question now. Okay. Okay, so this was, I would say, a factual question and a difficult one. Okay, and it was something which was not in news when this Air India crash took place. This particular memorial trust was created a month later. Okay, and what this particular charitable trust question is? So the question is the AI-171 Memorial Welfare Trust. So welfare trust has been created to help the victims of this particular crash, the survivors. So there is only one survivor, but to help the victims or the victim's family of this particular crash. So a particular memorial and welfare trust has been created by Tata Group, and they have asked you this particular charitable trust has been created in which particular city. So some of you might have taken a wild guess and might have marked Ahmedabad, because you might think that the crash took place in Ahmedabad, so that's why there it might have been created, but that would have been a wrong answer. The correct answer is Mumbai. So it was created later on in the month of September or October. I think in month of September it was created, and this Memorial and Welfare Trust, this public charitable trust has been established in the city of Mumbai. Okay, so correct answer for 49 is going to be C, but not A. Okay, moving on to a very interesting question. Okay, so they have not asked you the name of the sole survivor. So interestingly, there was only, by magic, there was only one survivor of this Air India crash. Okay, and they've asked you what is his citizenship. Okay, so what is his background? Okay, simply they have asked you the background. So yes, that person is of Indian origin. That person was not an Indian national, and that person was going to his hometown in London only, and that's why he was a British national of Indian origin. Okay, so correct answer for 50 is going to be option A. Now let's look at the next one. the agency that probes the fatal crash of AI-171 is? Which agency probed the fatal crash of AI-171? So Air India 171 crash was basically investigated by a specific organization known as AAIB, Air Accident Investigation Bureau. Okay, so what is this AAIB? So if any accident takes place, there is this specific organization which specializes in basically investigating air accidents. And what is that organization? It is AAIB. Okay, other organizations are also there, like which is the regulator of your airports and your airlines in India, that is DGCA. So for Indigo fiasco, this Indigo incident which has happened, all the flights of Indigo got cancelled for one specific day. That is going to be probed by DGCA, Directorate General of Civil Aviation. It directly comes under Ministry of Civil Aviation. However, the question is which basic organization or which is the investigation agency for probing the fatal crash of AI-171. So that organization is a specific organization known as AAIB. So correct answer 51 is going to be C. Okay. And finally, the last question from GK section, a very simple question. The Air India flight AI-171 was, okay, so they have simply asked you what was the aircraft, okay, what was the model of the aircraft. Okay, so yes, that was a Boeing particular plane, that was a 787. Okay, that was a 787. So all three are 737. Okay, so that was a Boeing 787, otherwise called as a Dreamliner aircraft. Okay, one of the largest aircraft in the world currently operating. So the correct answer for 52 is going to be option B. Okay, so student, these were the answers to the GK questions. Okay, and I would say that if you ask me what is a good score, so if you are planning to get into the top 5, anything above 22 would be a good score. But I expect some of you would be scoring around 25, 26 also in this particular paper. And do not be disheartened if you could not attempt it properly, although I'm sure all of you had a good particular attempt. Okay, so these were the answers to the 28 GK question. Now I would hand it over to Lakshmi ma'am, who is going to take the reading comprehension section for you. Okay, so thank you.
It was easier than the mods. Okay, great. And what would you rate the level of difficulty of this paper? It was easy. Any changes that you see in the logical reasoning section specifically? Yeah, analytical reasoning. Okay. How about GK? It was pretty easy. So did you find the questions which were already there in your box? You have something which was covered in the GK manual, everything was covered. Okay, great, great. Thank you so much, Monita. Thank you. From Rohinesh, the first impression of the paper, how was it? I think it was easy to moderate. Easy to moderate. Yeah. There was a change in the pattern of the paper, which was really shocking, but otherwise. What changes did you see as per the previous pattern? The logical reasoning was completely AI based, there was no critical reasoning. Maths was compared to PCG GK was comparatively easy, English was easy, and legal was very like general knowledge. Remember that. So were you able to complete the entire paper within the 2 hours? Yes. Was it solvable enough? Yes. Okay. So if you read the little difficulty, it should be easier to moderate. That is what you say. What at what level did you rate this paper in accordance to the mock paper? This was easier than the mock papers if you look at the sections. Just the shock of having a or that might have been was fine. Otherwise, it was easier than now. So did you find any kind of familiarity with the GK section, whatever was being taught to you? The section was absolutely whatever we did teaching class. Math was absolutely like what we've been doing, and English was also quite easy. Thank you so much, Manish, for being with us. Thank you. Also find the level of your difficulty in the GK section. Very insane. So you felt that that was covered in the paper. How about the legal section? Okay. It's on. It was just crazy. And how about the English section? Some students were surprised with the fact that some analytical reasoning questions appeared in the logical section. But were you able to solve them? So we had enough practice in the box as well for analytical reasoning. Okay, that's right. How about maths? Maths was the calculator. So overall, if you rank the level of difficulty of the paper in accordance to our box, how would you rate? Easy, tough, or moderate? Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Hi, dear students. So here we are. The exam is done and dusted. It must be a very long and tiring day for all of you, but you can also be happy that you have put in your best efforts, and you can be sure that it will pay off the results. Okay, so let us start off with the English section. Yes, there was a googly in the critical reasoning or logical reasoning section this time that we will come to in that section. Let us not worry about it now. Let us start with our discussion of the English section. English section was very predictable. We had 5 passages instead of the standard 4. But other than that, it was extremely predictable. And CLAT did give us a little bit of a heads up in their sample, full length sample, by giving 5 passages. So if you had listened to our analysis of the sample paper, then we did discuss how to manage your time if there were 5 passages instead of 4, right? Number of questions was 24, and the passages were very, very readable this time. That was one thing. I'm sure all of you will agree, right? So let us dive into the questions straight away because you all must be tired. We won't drag it. The first passage here is about the non-cooperation movement. I'm not reading it word by word. Yeah. So this is about how the non-cooperation movement drew in, how Gandhiji managed to draw in many people as soon as it was announced, and he had promised Swaraj. Then what it demonstrated, that is what the whole passage is about. The non-cooperation movement demonstrated that it had the cooperation, or it had the buy-in of a vast majority of Indians. That is what this is all about. So the common man, like peasants, workers, all these people were involved in this movement. Then goes on to say the capacity of the poor, dumb millions of India to take part. So Indians were believed to be poor, dumb people, but then how strong they were and what their real power was became evident in this, right? This was the first time that people from all walks of life, they managed to jump in, and even the educated and politically aware people for the first time made a serious attempt to draw in the others. Okay, then it's the same thing. There was no communalism. This whole movement was based on communal unity. And yes, minority participation was a true strength of this movement. And it's unfortunate, the author ends on the note that it was unfortunate that later on communalism began to take its toll. That's all. Okay, so this is a very, very readable passage. The language is very simple. Let us get to the questions. Questions I will take option by option. Okay. So from the passage, it is evident that, means what can be inferred from the passage, right? The idea of Swaraj seemed futile. Swaraj, Gandhiji had promised it, and that is what drew everyone into the movement. You can't say it was useless or futile, easy to eliminate, right? Non-cooperation movement was a complete success. Complete success, can we say? Gandhiji had promised Swaraj within a year. So there is nothing to say. This movement alone was a complete success. So you may have got a bit confused, but we have taught you how to eliminate categorical options. This is a categorical, complete success that you cannot really say because there were certain conditions probably which were not met. The non-cooperation movement gained the sympathy of majority of the Indians. That is something you can straight away, I want to go on. Yeah, straight away infer, right? It commanded the support and sympathy of vast sections of the Indian people. That is very clearly written there. So, here, sympathy of majority of Indians. Yes, the Indian National Congress represented a microscopic minority. That is totally out of scope of the passage. Easy, very easy question. The term poor dumb millions refers to. What does the term refer to? Now, that requires a little bit of inference, right? What it says is, the capacity of the poor dumb millions to take part in this was also demonstrated. So literally, if you look at it, poor, that is impoverished, and dumb is they're not educated, they're not smart. And then it says, this was the first time that nationalists from the town, students, or even the educated and politically aware made a serious attempt to bring the ideology and the movement into their midst. Into whose midst? Into the midst of the poor dumb millions. If you understand that, then the question should not be difficult. So the vast number of common people who are impoverished, correct, but what about dumb? Let us see. Large number of common people who are hearing impaired, totally absurd option. Large number of people who are vulnerable. Now, vulnerability is not mentioned anywhere, right? Literally, if you look at it, they are poor and dumb, means they are uneducated and they are impoverished. It doesn't necessarily mean they are vulnerable in this context. Let us see. The vast number of people who are impoverished, poor, uneducated, dumb, within quotes. So, okay, it is a little bit of an inference, but not too difficult. Okay. Which of the statements is true? The Swaraj movement happened before the non-cooperation movement. The passage does not mention the Swaraj movement, only about Gandhiji's promise of Swaraj. The non-cooperation movement failed due to sudden withdrawal. I'm sure you all eliminated this totally out of scope. Nothing is mentioned about sudden withdrawal. There was a fine show of communal unity in the movement, directly mentioned in the passage. The rich and the educated kept themselves away from the non-cooperative movement. No, they did not. Right? They all were involved. Hence, very easy again. The main idea of the passage, okay, that is fourth question. Yeah. The non-cooperation movement did not give impetus to the future movements. It did not give any, what do you say, force or encouragement to the future movements. Can we infer that from the passage? No. It just says that unfortunately later on communalism came in, and so that communal unity was not maintained. That is all. So we can't infer anything about the future movements. The movement made the Indians realize their potential to fight against the mighty British. It is not written very directly, but then it says, let's go up. It says, here, demonstrated that it commanded the support and sympathy of vast sections of the Indian people, right? Its reach among all these sections was demonstrated, spatial spread. So what does it mean? That in terms of numbers, in terms of expanse, in terms of getting everybody's support, non-cooperation proved the power of India as a whole, right? So that is how we infer that, that it made the Indians realize their potential to fight against the mighty British. The next option is the British became fearful and worried of Gandhiji's leadership. Fearful and worried, we don't know. We don't know how the British reacted, right? We have no idea. So out of scope. See, this is the difference between inference and imagination, right? What British would have thought is imagination. But this is something, this option B is something which we can infer from the passage. That the most positive feature of the movement was that it was repeated in later years. No, the passage doesn't say it was repeated in later years. That is the answer. B is the answer. And the word communalism, the last part of the passage talks about communalism. So what does communalism mean? It says that minorities played a very important role in the non-cooperation movement, and it is sad that later on this kind of unity was marred by the communalism that crept in. So what does communalism mean? Religious identity. Each religious community sticking to their identity. That is what it means. Caste cannot really be inferred by minority. Caste is too specific. Okay. Regional identity, no. Minority is not really regional minority, and secularism would be the opposite of communalism. Hence, religious identity. Okay. Yes. Now, this passage, this is an interesting passage we have here from Sapiens. Yeah, in our reading list, we have recommended this very often. Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari. Yeah, in your non-fiction reading list, we have recommended it to you. So this is a passage which talks about, see, it talks about, basically what it talks about is what is a species. But then there are certain parts to this passage. I'll quickly run you through it. It starts by saying humans were there long before history. And there was nothing really special about these early humans because they did a lot of things, but then other animals like chimpanzees also did the same things. Then it says humans did not have any idea that later they would go on to impact the environment in such a strong way, and obviously walk on the moon, split the atom, fathom the genetic code, and write history books. So our early ancestors had no clue of the impact we would make, not only on the environment, but in the world, basically. So prehistoric humans were basically incognizant. They were unaware of who they were. And so they did not make any significant impact on their environment, nothing more than all these other creatures. Then the last para talks about an entirely different idea. Okay, the classification of organisms into species. I'll take a little time with this para because it's slightly complex. So animals are said to belong to the same species if they tend to mate with each other, giving birth to fertile offspring. Okay. Horses and donkeys do have common ancestors. They do share physical traits and they can mate, but their offspring are sterile. They are not fertile. Okay. Now, mutations in donkey DNA cannot cross over to horses or the other way around. Then they have given another example. The two types of animals are consequently, so horses and donkeys are considered two distinct species. Consequently means in what way? They cannot share the same DNA pool over time because their offspring will not produce further offspring. Correct. By contrast, a bulldog and a spaniel may look very different, but they are members of the same species. Why? Because they share the same DNA pool. This is the passage. Okay, again, very readable passage, right? Let us look at the options, questions. Okay. Which of the following can be inferred as the most significant characteristic of prehistoric humans? Prehistoric humans, they were not any special beings, right? They were just like chimpanzees and other creatures. Their conscious effort to alter and shape their environment, no, not at all. They couldn't do anything, right? That's what the passage says. Their complex social organization and clear hierarchical structures that set them apart from other species. No, the passage does not mention anything about hierarchical structures at all. Their evolutionary divergence was marked by warfare. Okay, all this you can easily eliminate, right? Where does it mention? Their inability to distinguish themselves from other species in terms of environmental impact, very clearly mentioned in the passage. You must have been very happy to see these questions. So were we. Okay, so the next question. In the context of the passage, the term incognizant, what does it say? That humans were incognizant of their ability to impact their environment, right? And they were incognizant of the fact that their descendants would one day go and change the world by going to the moon and writing books and all these things. So, lacking intelligence? No, not at all. It doesn't really talk of intelligence. Unaware of their future potential, yes. Unaware of what they could do later. Incapable of social interaction, no. It says they could love and they could do a lot of things. Disinterested, not that they were not interested. They did not make a big impact because they were unaware of their potential. Okay? Not very difficult, right? There's nothing difficult here. Why did humans not stand out among other organisms? Okay, they had fewer offspring than other species. No, that is not mentioned. See, many of these things are not directly mentioned in the passage. By that logic, we can classify them as inference-based questions. However, the options, the wrong options are so easy to eliminate that you don't really need much inference to get the right answer. That is what we felt. Let us know what you felt also. Did you feel the same way? Their behaviors were not unique compared to other animals. Absolutely. Yes, they loved, they did a lot of things, but so did chimpanzees. So their behavior was not unique. They did not yet evolve the ability to use tools, that is not mentioned. They lacked the genetic capacity to develop language. Who said that? None of this. That's why I said the other options can be very, very easily eliminated. Okay. According to the passage, what determines whether two animals belong to the same species? What determines their ability to produce fertile offspring? Very clearly written in the passage, right? But let us take a quick look. Their physical appearance and size, no. Bulldogs and spaniels look very different, but they belong to the same species. Their shared evolutionary ancestor, no, that is not mentioned at all, right? That is not mentioned. Their capacity to adapt to the environment, not mentioned in the context of species distinction. Hence, very easy. Okay. Now, the passage explains the concept of species classification by. This question could be a little confusing because see, there is one part where they talk about this fertile offspring. Then in the last para, they talk about bulldogs and spaniels, right? So here what they're saying is bulldogs and, sorry, first horses and donkeys. Horses versus donkeys, if you see, they can mate, they can produce offspring. Offspring are not fertile. Moreover, the DNA cannot be transferred to the next generation because the offspring are not fertile. So, horses and donkeys versus bulldogs and spaniels. That is the comparison. Bulldogs and spaniels look different and all that, but they have the same DNA pool. Okay, now let us look at this question. Okay, highlighting the behavioral differences between species like horses, donkeys, bulldogs and spaniels. That should be easy to eliminate. Behavioral difference is not what matters in the classification. Focusing on the DNA pool they share. Okay, DNA pool, shared DNA pool. This is an inference question. Shared DNA pool is what makes bulldogs and spaniels belong to the same species. This is what makes horses and donkeys different species. Correct? Now let us see, but okay, because this is not directly mentioned in the passage, we can't say, I got the answer. You have to see. Contrasting horses and bulldogs with donkeys and spaniels. Contrasting might make you feel, correct. Contrasting one set with the other. But to explain reproductive compatibility, see, reproductive compatibility is also not enough, right? Horses and donkeys are reproductively compatible, but they don't get fertile offspring. That is one thing. What is the main problem here? Here they have grouped horses and bulldogs, and they have grouped donkeys and spaniels. And they are saying the contrast is between, if this is A and this is B, the contrast is between A and B. That is not how it is. This is one group and this is the other group, right? If you add a slightly grammatical trick there put in by CLAT, if you found this question confusing, you could have let it go. But actually, if you get this catch there, then you will get the answer. So let us know what you felt about this question. Okay. One more option, discussing the environmental impact of different species like horses and all. That you can straight away eliminate. Species classification is nothing to do with environmental impact. So passage on the whole is easy. One slightly tricky question may be answer is B. Okay. Next passage. Let me take a sip of water and then on. Okay. This passage. How did you find this passage, guys? Actually, it is quite readable. It is about, first it starts with this study, quantitative study by a entity called Freedom House on what it really means to be free. So initially, when they did the study in 1973, only 45 of the world's 151 countries then were free. Okay. And Freedom House produced quantitative measures of civil and political rights for countries. That is what they define freedom as. Okay. Then later on, it says that there was a lot of political change, democracies and market-oriented economies spread everywhere except for the Middle East. And this transformation was called the third wave of democratization, where liberal democracy became the norm. Okay. Then it says these political changes were accompanied by massive social transformation as well, right? So the shift to democracy meant that all people who are passive so far got involved in politics. This was driven by a host of factors. They have listed all the factors that led to social mobilization. What all were the factors? Access to education, then information technology, and cheap travel and communication that allowed people to vote with their feet. If they didn't vote with their feet, means to express your opinion by either engaging in something or staying out of something. That is the meaning of vote with your feet. Okay, etc. And greater prosperity. These were the factors. Then the third wave crested, it reached a peak, and then what happened? A democratic recession. So a fall in democratic values happened in the first decade of the 21st century. 1 in 5 countries reverted to authoritarianism, or there was an erosion of democracy. So Freedom House noted that 2009 marked the 4th consecutive year in which freedom had declined around the world. The first time this had happened since it established its measures of freedom. Okay. So it has a few details, but then if you have taken our mocks, they've given you much, much denser passages. I'm sure you all breezed through this passage, right? Yeah. Which of the following aspects is most critical in understanding Freedom House's evaluation process? In the beginning, they have said that it talks about relative freedom in different societies or countries, right? So let us see the methodology by which it quantifies the relative freedoms in different political systems. Absolutely. It is a quantitative study and it talks about freedom. Its emphasis on electoral participation and voter turnout. No, that is not its methodology. Its role in advising governments, it doesn't talk about any advisory role. Its primary focus on economic disparities within democracies is also not mentioned. This is mentioned in the very first part of the passage. This is, again, it could be a tricky question. The phrase vote with their feet. So what does the passage say? The passage says that people could, because of cheap travel and communications, people could vote with their feet if they didn't like their government. Means they could actually participate in the electoral process and they could express their opinion strongly, right? Little bit of inference. Engaging in electoral processes to demand political change. So yes, they could vote with their feet if they did not like the government. Means because of travel and communication, they could actually go and mark their vote and say, hey, see, I don't want this party. They could vote for the other party. Correct? So this should be correct. Demonstrating political preferences through public protest. Public protest we cannot infer. Otherwise, political preferences is okay. Migrating to countries with better governance or conditions, there is no such inference possible from the passage, right? That they could go anywhere else if they didn't like the government. That is very far-fetched. Participating in local government initiatives and reforms. No, if they didn't like their government, they could vote with their feet. So this is the answer. The term third wave of democratization. So they talk about that, right? This is the third wave of democratization. What does it talk about? It is mentioned in the passage. Market-oriented economies and democracy. So rise of communism, no, that is not mentioned. Spread of democracy and market-oriented economies, very direct question. Decline of authoritarian regimes in the 1960s, not mentioned. Tick is for B, okay? The global movement for civil rights also not mentioned. Very, very, very direct question. Next one. Next slide, please. Which of the following was not mentioned as a factor contributing to social mobilization and the shift to democracy? We remember we spoke of many factors like technology, education, prosperity, etc. So, increased access to education is a factor. Expanding IT is a factor. Military presence not mentioned. So when I cross it out, it means that is the answer not mentioned, right? And greater prosperity mentioned. Okay, so C is the answer. Now, this question, according to this passage, when was the first time freedom had declined around the world? See, we will have to see it in the context of when after Freedom House started its study, because the passage says that after, in the last para, what it says is 2009 marked the fourth consecutive year in which freedom had declined around the world. The first time this had happened since it established its measures of freedom in 1973. So we have to see it in the context of when after it established these measures. If you look at it that way, then this was 2009 was the fourth consecutive year, means what? It started in 2006. 6, 7, 8, 9. So that way we can go for this. Otherwise, there is a little ambiguity in the question, but I'm sure you all manage. This is the only possible answer. Okay. Now, the next one is actually, it's a story, beautiful story by narrative actually, not, we can't call it a story per se, but it's a beautiful narrative by Rabindranath Tagore about a train journey. I'm not explaining anything here. In this train journey, there was a gentleman whom first Tagore and his companion thought was a boorish, uncivilized kind of guy, but then he started waxing eloquent on everything under the sun. He impressed Tagore and his companion. That is what the passage is about. You see, the length of the passage also, all the passages are of an average, normal 300 words kind of length. Let us straight away look at the questions. Okay. The narrator and his kinsman's initial impression of the unusual man. Okay, what was the unusual man? I mean, what was the initial impression? That he was a boorish guy, uncivilized guy. But later he turned out to be quite knowledgeable. So what does it highlight? This impression, what does it highlight? The deceptive nature of appearances, right? Superiority of Western education. Education system is not mentioned. Danger of blind faith in what? No. Reliability of cultural stereotypes. No, it doesn't say which group this man belongs to. There's no cultural stereotype here. So, A. This one, figures of speech, we have discussed a lot in our classes. However, this could have been a little tricky for some students. Which literary device is most evident in the narrator's line? One might, just a second, One might think the disposer of all things sought his counsel in every decision. So what it says is, just running back to the passage for a second. Here. He discoursed on every subject with such confidence that one might think the disposer of all things may even consult him in every. Who is the disposer of all things? God. Who else could it be? So his confidence was so much that one would feel even God must have consulted him. What is the author doing here? Clear exaggeration, right? So if it is exaggeration, then what is it? Hyperbole. That is it. If you know what hyperbole is, and we've given you lots of questions with hyperbole, then you will get this as the answer. Allegory is using one thing as a symbol for something else. Like often fairy tales, right? They are allegories for human values, tendencies, etc. Euphemism is using a politically correct or a better term to soften a harsh term. And irony, you know, it's a contradiction. So none of these are acceptable. Hyperbole is the answer. The word theosophist means, so it says that his friend, Tagore's friend, was a theosophist, and so he started attaching certain spiritual notions to this, like spiritual, what do you say? Here. Where was that? Theosophist. Not able to find it. The word theosophist. You guys are my kinsmen. A theosophist. Okay. So he was convinced that a philosopher was inspired by some strange magnetism, etc., etc. So what could it mean? That he was a spiritual guy, and the word that comes close to it is mystic. Okay. None of the other words really match. Skeptic is someone who is doubtful. Agnostic is someone who wonders if there is God, and materialist, you know, right? Obsessed with materialism, material pleasures. Boorish means uncivilized. So discourteous is the closest. Genteel is the opposite. Well-bred is the opposite. Courtly means of a dignified deportment. Okay. Narrator's suspicion that the extraordinary man was quietly pleased. Okay, that comes towards the end of the passage, right? When these people started taking notes of what this man was saying, this guy seemed quietly pleased. What does it suggest? It suggests that he was happy to impress and influence others, right? Not that he was humble and embarrassed because he seemed pleased. He wished to avoid any recognition of his authority. No, because after that, he was going on talking and going on lecturing to them. Okay, so that we cannot infer. Man was indifferent to how others perceived him, then why would he be pleased? This is the answer. Okay, easy. Now, this is an extract from Animal Farm by George Orwell. Okay, it's a work of fiction. It's a political satire, a classic. The passage is definitely not easy. Though it talks about animals and hens and chickens and pigs, it is not easy by any stretch of imagination. I will not get to go into explaining it basically, because then it is an allegory. We spoke of allegory and there's a question on that. It is a symbol of things happening in society. So if I start explaining it, we have to go to layers. Let us look at the question and we'll go up and down a bit, okay, as required. So which of the following best describes the tone of the passage? Quickly, if we run to the passage, see, if you know Animal Farm, it is very easy. If you don't know also, this is an animal who is talking to fellow animals. That is very clear, because man is the only creature that consumes without producing. He sets us to work. So it is definitely not a man who is talking, right? So it is very clear that it's a lecture given by one animal. It's an exhortation by one animal to the others. And what does it say? See, it says man is so cruel that he will take away all the milk that is meant for our children. And what will happen to you all, to all of you animals, when you become old and useless? He will just kill you. He'll mercilessly kill you. He'll give you away to the slaughterhouse and all these things, is what the passage is all about. So what is the tone of the passage? Not detached and neutral. Critical, somber and resentful. Yes, awareness and outrage. Somber is dark and grim, serious. Okay. Humorous and light-hearted. No, it's a satire, but it's not light-hearted. Admiring and celebratory. Not at all. So critical, that should be an easy one. In the C, difficult passage also has easy questions. Okay. The speaker frequently contrasts animals' work with human gain. So what he says is, man makes all of us work so hard and he steals all our products, he kills us, right? We do all the work and he enjoys. So this literary technique is best classified as, let us see, allegory of class exploitation. How the rich class exploits the working class. Can it be a symbol of that? Even if you don't know Animal Farm, can you imagine that it could be a symbol of that? Yes, right? Let us keep it there. Hyperbole for comic effect. Is there anything comic about this? Absolutely not. Irony about farm management. We know it's not about farm management in this context. It's definitely much deeper. Metaphor for animal biology. So again, even if this sounds difficult, the other options are very, very easy to eliminate. Okay, fine. Who is knacker? Now, from the context, it is a little tricky to infer the last part of that passage. Yeah, going there. Come down, come. Last part of the last passage. Knacker, somewhere here. Okay, yeah. The very day your great muscles fail you, Jones will sell you to the knacker, who will slit your throat and boil you down for the foxhounds. Okay, now let us look at the options. So clearly he's a slaughterer if he slits your throat, but he will give you to the foxhounds. Let us go to the other options. A trader whose business is disposal of dead and unwanted animals. Actually, knacker is somebody who disposes of unwanted animals. So this is also tricky. A person whose business is disposal of dead or unwanted animals, especially those whose flesh is not fit for human consumption. Actually, a knacker typically is associated with one who disposes of horses, and horses are not really fit for human consumption. So all these are correct. Harness maker making harnesses for horses, no, that we can eliminate. The most correct answer is C. Very confusing question. If you were not sure, you should have left it. Last question in this section. The repeated reference to slaughter, drowning, and the knacker in the passage primarily implies. What does it imply? Or intends to? This wording is a little wrong there. Intends to provide a detailed account of animal husbandry, animal rearing. No. Evoke emotional outrage and highlight the brutality of exploitation, like a union leader would do to the workers. Yeah, that is the allegory actually in Animal Farm. Suggests that animals are naturally subservient. Naturally subservient? No. That subservient means submissive. No. He is telling them this is what humans do to us, right? Indicate that humans value animals, just the opposite. Hence, this is the answer. Hope you all did very well in this section, guys. Yeah, I'm sure it was a welcome relief for you, this section. Now we go on to the remaining sections. Next, we have legal reasoning. I invite my colleague Akash to take over. Thank you, guys. All the best.
मैं जल्दी कर I'll wrap it.
Hi, what's your good name? So, Jasmine, how was the exam?
Really did my opinion.
Oh, nice. That's great. So, hope you are going to do well in this entrance exam.
I didn't know, but I'm in 11th standard, so I went to that tuition.
Okay.
But it was a good practice for me.
So nice. So you are taking some coaching for this?
Yeah, that was.
Okay, you are taking coaching. So your mocks and everything, are they helping you, or you feel that this exam?
But that exact same question came to the real thing.
Okay, that's it. So we are from Time Education. You can see the analysis video of this exam on this channel. Okay, just scan and there will be a live video. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, hello guys. I am here with the analysis of the legal reasoning section. And as you already know, it is one of the easiest section of the whole paper. So this year, there was a change in the number of questions, of course. In the last 2 years, CLAT has asked you 32 questions, but this time, in fact, they had reduced the number of questions to 30. But there was another surprise, not a very big surprise, I would say. But in fact, there was a surprise regarding the regarding the inclusion of knowledge-based questions in legal reasoning as well. So there were about 7 to 8 legal knowledge-based questions, the questions which were usually asked in the GK section. That those type of questions were also asked in the legal reasoning section as well. So that could have been one of the factors to bring down your score in legal reasoning, but that was, this thing was balanced by asking very easy questions in the comprehension based, very easy comprehension based questions in the legal reasoning. So out of 30 questions that were asked in the legal reasoning section, 22 that were comprehension based were very easy to deal with, and out of the 8 knowledge based question, 4 to 5 you could have attempted based on how much knowledge you have had, right? And even in those knowledge based questions, there were a few questions which were there from the GK section. Because we have covered topics like one nation, one election. So we know what kind of panel, who was the chairman of the panel, and things related to that. So I don't think you would have faced any difficulty in dealing with the legal reasoning section. So let's quickly start with the analysis and let's see what were the answers for the question in that section, right? So the first passage, as you can see here, was based on the topic of one nation, one election. This is one of the agendas which is being pushed by the government recently, and this was very much expected. One nation, one election. Although we also expected questions to come on this topic in GK as well, but yeah, legal reasoning is where they asked this set. So without wasting much time, because it only provided, the passage only talked about generic information about the overall idea of uniformity in policies of the government. So I'll not waste time into reading the passage because the readability of the passage was very easy. The complex terms were not used as you usually see in your mocks. So let's quickly start with the questions. Question number 53, what is the underlying idea behind one nation policies of the government? So the passage has clearly talked about the fact that the idea is to apply uniformly the solutions across India, replacing state-specific variation. That is the idea. You see one nation, one ration card. You see one nation, one election, and many other policies where the central government is trying to make policies uniformly applicable across the country. And that idea is reflected in the passage as well. And it is even mentioned directly in the passage. So the answer of this question is option B, which is a very easy question. Now, question number 54, if you see, this is what I call as a difficult question. Reason it's a difficult question because it's a hyperfactual question, the kind of question that you see in GK section and not in legal reasoning section, right? The answer of this question is 129th Amendment Bill, which is yet to be passed. So 129th Amendment is the correct answer for this question. I would say it's a difficult question. Then coming on to question number 55, which committee or report has discussed the feasibility of simultaneous election in India? Now, recently, it was the Law Commission Report of India 2018 that talked about the feasibility of simultaneous election. In fact, they gave suggestions regarding the changes that need to be introduced in order to bring the one nation, one election in India. Justice Verma committee, it was related to Nirbhaya rape incident.
So this is incorrect. Sarkaria Commission and Punchi Commission, both these were based on center-state relationships. So again, these two are incorrect options. So we are left with Law Commission of India Report 2018. Again, it was a difficult question, I would say. Now, moving on to the next question, question number 56. A high-level committee constituted by the government to examine the policy of one nation, one election. Now, this committee was headed by the ex-president, Mr. Ramnath Kovind. Now, this committee was organized. This committee was constituted after he has resigned, after he completed his term, and this committee has recommended the implementation of one nation, one election in India. And they have also suggested the kind of constitutional changes that would be required to bring the one nation, one election in India. Now, moving on to next question, again a factual question, but something that was expected, something that we covered in GK. So I don't think, in this question, you guys would have faced difficulty. The answer is very direct and straightforward, 5, 18, and 13. These are the three new rates under the new GST regime. Now, moving on to the next question, the object of one nation, one ration card scheme is to benefit the migrant laborers. Now, this is a question which is directly based on the information given in the passage. The passage clearly mentions that the new scheme of one nation, one ration card is supposed to benefit the migrant laborers, especially the domestic internal migrant laborers. Now, moving on to the next passage. Right, moving on to the next passage. Now, this passage was based on preamble, right? So if you know the basics of preamble, it would be very easy for you to understand. And if you know the history of how the preamble has evolved over the period of time, you would find this passage very easy to deal with because you would have the context. Now, it talked about how the objective, the preamble, which was introduced as objective resolution in the Constituent Assembly, how it got transformed into the present form, which we known as the preamble of our Constitution. Again, the language was pretty easy. There was no complex parts in the passage. I don't think you would have faced difficulty in reading the passage. So, jumping quickly to the questions now. According to the passage, the relation between the Constitution and the preamble can be best described as that both the Constitution and preamble were shaped in the light of each other. The passage traces how the preamble has impacted the Constitution and how the Constitution has impacted the preamble, and that is what the relation between the preamble and Constitution is. So, moving on to the next question, what did the earliest draft of the preamble emphasize? Now, if you move up the very first part of the paragraph, right here, this is where they talked about the earliest forms of a preamble. In the earliest draft, the preamble was something formal and read, "We, the people of India, seeking to promote common good, do hereby, though through our chosen representatives, enact, adopt, and give ourselves this Constitution." So now, if you read that, this gives us an idea that the initial preamble was very formal in nature, and something gave us an idea that the Constitution is given, is being enacted and adopted by people of India and is being framed by the elected representatives. So the for question number 60, the answer would be C, formal enactment by people through representatives. Now, moving on to the next question, which of the following is not enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution of India? Now, this was a very tricky question because if you see the initial words, all these 4 words are mentioned in the preamble. Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, all of them are mentioned in the preamble, except the justice, which is as mentioned in the preamble, is justice, social, economic, and political. So here it is mentioned as moral, ethical, and legal. So this will be the correct answer because this is not how it is mentioned in the preamble. Now, moving on to question number 62, which has been rightly arranged according to the preamble. Now, for those of you who have attended my class, I keep on repeating these terms in my polity classes. It's SSSDR, Sovereign, Socialist, Secular, Democratic Republic. So the answer for this question would be C, Sovereign, Socialist, Secular, not C, Sovereign, Socialist, Secular, Democratic Republic. B for Bombay would be the correct answer. Sorry. Yeah, sovereign social. Sorry, A would be the correct answer for this question. Sovereign socialist secular democratic republic. A would be the correct answer for this question. Now coming on to question number 63. The preamble of the Constitution of India is finally based on the objective resolution. The objective resolution of the Constitution, objective resolution which was initially passed. Now the answer for this question would be option A. Then moving on. What was the role of Sir B.N. Rao? Now, again, a factual question and a question I would mark it as difficult, something which is difficult. What was the role of B.N. Rao in the making of the Indian Constitution? So the answer for this question is he was the constitutional advisor to the Constituent Assembly. He was the constitutional advisor. The chairman of the drafting committee was B.R. Ambedkar. And that's why we call him the father of the Indian Constitution. So B.R. Ambedkar was the chairman of the drafting committee. Constitutional advisor was B.N. Rao. President, elected president was Rajendra Prasad. Now, moving on to the next paragraph. Now, this one was based on a very popular case of Manoj Narwal. This was based on the case of Manoj Narwal versus Union of India. Now, the reason why this has been asked is because we have seen the Constitutional Amendment Bill 130 being introduced in the Constituent Assembly, and this reflects the same idea which is discussed in Constitutional Amendment 130 Bill, that there should be some accountability and responsibility for the people in power. And that passage exactly reflects that idea. So let me come to the question directly. According to the passage, the court cannot decide what is good or bad governance, but it can indicate the constitutional ethos on the governance and remind functionaries of their duty. So what the passage says is that the courts do not have the power to to tell the constitutional functionaries like Prime Minister and Chief Minister to appoint which person as the minister and which person should not be appointed as the ministers, but it can definitely remind the constitutional functionaries of their morality and their constitutional ethos. So B for Bombay would be the correct answer for this question. Next is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar believed that the working of the Constitution ultimately depends on the good sense and integrity of those who are to administer the Constitution. Now, he made a very important remark. Ambedkar said that, no matter how good or how bad the Constitution we make, it all depends on the people who are going to implement the provisions of the Constitution. That decides how good the Constitution is. So the answer of this question would be B for Bombay. And then coming to question number 67, the court, while respecting the prerogative of the Prime Minister and Chief Minister to select the ministers, emphasized that they should avoid appointing persons with whom criminal charges involving moral turpitude are formed, right, or are framed. So answer option A would be the correct answer. If you look at other option, they must appoint ministers strictly from the ruling party, and they should consult the Supreme Court, again something not mentioned in the passage, and then they are bound to appoint only the members of Lok Sabha and Legislative Assembly. This is also incorrect. Even the members who are not part of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha or Legislative Assembly can become the ministers, but only for a period of 6 months. And within 6 months, they have to win the elections of either one of the house. Then moving on to question number 68. What role does the court assume as described in the passage regarding governance and appointment of Council of Ministers? Then for this question, the answer is option B, prophetic duty to remind key functionaries of their constitutional role. Now, this question is very similar to one of the previous questions, where the court said that they can remind the constitutional functionaries about their constitutional morality. And then moving on to next question, which is question number 69. Who are the constitutional functionaries this passage primarily refers to? It is basically the Prime Minister and Chief Ministers, because they are the ones who appoint the Council of Ministers. So they are the ones who appoint the Council of Ministers, and the passage is actually being addressed to the Chief Minister and the Council of Prime Minister and the Chief Minister. Then moving on to question number 70, who according to the above passage shall not be appointed as a minister, against someone against whom the charges have been framed in the court of law. Now this is slightly tricky because the answer of this question would be option B, against whom charges involving moral turpitude have been framed in a court of law. See, if you compare these two options, this option is more closer. This option is closer to the passage because it also mentions a term which is exactly mentioned in the passage. So these two options, this option might also look correct, but this option would be better than the previous option because it has a term which is mentioned as exactly in the passage. Now, moving on to the next passage, which is based on a topic which was there in news for a very long time. I mean, throughout the year, this topic has been in news. The topic related to Article 143 and Article 200 of the Constitution, where the Supreme Court, in its judgment, imposed certain restrictions on the powers of the governor and the president with respect to their powers in giving assent to the bill. Now, this topic, I'm sure all of you would have covered while preparing for CLAT exam. So I don't think you would have faced any difficulty in reading this passage, right? So let me quickly move on to the question. Question number 71. The Legislative Assembly of State X passes a controversial bill and sends it to the governor for the assent. The governor, strongly disagreeing with the bill's provision, decides to neither give assent nor return the bill, hoping it will be forgotten over the period of time. Which of the following statement accurately describes the legal position of the governor's action? Now, if you remember the Supreme Court's judgment, as mentioned in the passage, it's the Supreme Court has said that the governor does not have the power of absolute veto or pocket veto, meaning thereby, if the government does not agree with the bill, the provisions of the bill, they have the prerogative to send it back to the Legislative Assembly. That is what the Supreme Court's initial judgment of the Supreme Court said. And in this light, if we try to guess the answer, the governor's action is legitimate. No, it's not a legitimate exercise because he does not have pocket and absolute veto. The governor's inaction is unconstitutional as the Supreme Court has explicitly rejected the power to an absolute and pocket veto. Yes, this is a correct answer because it exactly reflects what has been mentioned in the passage. So let me quickly move to the next question. Question number 72. The governor, receives a bill from the state assembly and after careful consideration decides to withhold assent, promptly returning it with a message for reconsideration. Now, the governor has this time returned the bill for reconsideration. Now, in this situation, if the state legislative assembly passes the bill back and sends it to the governor, in that case, the governor will have no other option but to give the assent. So we'll find that option. Governor Y has no choice but to give assent to the reenacted bill, as the Supreme Court has ruled that the governor cannot withhold the assent for a second time. This is the correct answer. Now, let me quickly move to the next question. After the Supreme Court's judgment in the state of Tamil Nadu versus Governor of Tamil Nadu versus Governor of Tamil Nadu, the state governor holds a bill for 8 months without taking any action, neither assenting nor returning it. The state government believes that this delay is unconstitutional. Based on the precedent set by the judgment, what recourse is available to the state government? Now, the recourse that is available is that the government can approach the court in certain cases, in cases where the governor is unreasonably delaying the giving the assent to the bill or rejecting the assent. In that case, the government of the state can actually approach the Supreme Court for any kind of delay. Now, moving on to question number 74. In a situation mirroring the Tamil Nadu case, the Supreme Court bench is reviewing several instances where a particular governor has indefinitely delayed the assent on multiple bills passed by the state legislative assembly, despite constitutional obligation. If the Supreme Court decides to follow the precedent established in the state of Tamil Nadu versus Governor of Tamil Nadu case regarding pending bills, what would be the likely outcome? Now, in this case, the Supreme Court would deem the assent on the pending bills, establishing a critical precedent for the judicial review of gubernatorial powers in such cases, as it did in the Tamil Nadu case. Now, what the Supreme Court did in Tamil Nadu case was, the Supreme Court deemed that even though the governor has not given the assent because of such an inordinate delay, the Supreme Court deemed that the governor has given the assent. So option C is the best answer for this question. Now, moving on to question number 75. A newly appointed governor publicly declares that he intends to use his discretion to permanently halt any legislation he deems inappropriate by simply not acting on the bills, cutting an inherent governational power. How does this declaration align with the constitutional interpretation provided by the Supreme Court of India? Now, for this question, the governor's declaration is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court explicitly rejected the governor's power to an absolute and pocket veto, something that was discussed in the passage. Because if you see, the passage nowhere mentioned that the governor has broad discretionary powers, nor does the passage mentions anything about the money bills, nor does it mention about partial validity of such kind of declaration. So answer would be D for Delhi. Then coming on to question number 76, what are the three primary courses of action for a governor when a bill is enacted by the state legislative assembly and sent to him or her for his or her assent? Now, if you see, there are three options. The options are to give the assent, withhold the assent, but with the option to return for reconsideration. Does not, as the Supreme Court mentioned, the governor does not have absolute veto. The governor has the veto. If he's using absolute veto, he can only send the bill back to the legislative assembly for reconsideration. And then the third option is to reserve the bill for reconsideration of the president. So therefore, option C would be the correct answer here. Now, moving on to the next question, next passage, something based on the legal validity of a marriage between a same-sex couple in India. So in the recent case, the Supreme Court has recognized that there is no legal validity given to the legal marriages, although there is no restriction. So although the same-sex couples are allowed to marry, but there will be no legal recognition given to them, because this is something which is a prerogative of the Parliament of India and not to the Supreme Court to make a law on this. So let's quickly move to the questions based on this. Question number 77. In October 2023, two individuals in India, Ramesh and Sameer, who identify as same-sex couples, sought to legally solemnize the marriage. Based on the Supreme Court's ruling, what is the current legal standing of their ability to marry? If you look at the option B is correct. Their marriage is not legally recognized, as the Supreme Court ruled. This issue is for Parliament to address. This is something which is under the power of the Parliament to decide whether they should give legal recognition to such marriages or not. Then moving on to question number 78. During a legal proceeding in India, an advocate argues that the Supreme Court should directly legislate on same-sex marriage. Supreme Court should directly legislate. Now, this is a red flag on a same-sex marriage, because the right to choose a partner inherently implies a fundamental right to marry. The Supreme Court categorically mentioned in the judgment that you do not have any fundamental right to marry. So, if you look at the options, the court acknowledged the right to choose a partner. Therefore, it would agree to legislate on marriage. No, this is not correct, because the passage mentions that the Supreme Court has said that it is the prerogative of the Parliament and not the Supreme Court. The court held that there is no fundamental right to marry under the Indian law in Constitution, and such a policy can be made only by the Parliament. This is the correct stance taken by the Supreme Court in that question. Now, moving on to question number 79, which are the following following the Supreme Court's decision in LGBTQ plus advocacy group in India aims to achieve legal recognition for the same-sex marriage. To which governmental body or bodies should this group primarily direct its lobbying efforts to secure necessary legislation? Now, we have to identify that which group is responsible for implementing such kind of policies, and the passage has clearly mentioned that it is the Parliament of India which has the prerogative to do this. So we'll go with option C for this answer. The Parliament and the state legislatures as the power to legislate on same-sex marriages rests with them. Now, moving on to question number 80. While the same-sex marriage is not legally recognized in India, however, the Supreme Court's verdict did offer some acknowledgement of the rights of same-sex couples. Now, what the Supreme Court recognizes, though the Supreme Court does not acknowledge that you have the fundamental right to marry, but the Supreme Court does recognizes that the people have the same-sex couple have the right to cohabit in a private space. So option C would be the correct answer for this question. Now, moving on to question number 81. Ramesh and Suresh, a same-sex couple in India, have lived together for a decade, and they want to ensure that they receive legal benefits equivalent to those of married couples, such as automatic inheritance and pension rights. Based on the Supreme Court's judgment, what is the primary obstacle they face in achieving these benefits? So the answer would be option B. They cannot legally marry, and therefore sorry, the answer would be okay, the answer would be they cannot legally marry and therefore cannot automatically be entitled to these specific legal rights. So option B would be the answer, because if you look at other option, they must first register their union. No, this is again something beyond the scope of passage. If you look at option C, the rights are only available to same-sex couples. No, this is something not mentioned in the passage. Then option D, they can receive these benefits if they convert to a religion. Again, something which is beyond the scope of the passage. So we're left with only option B for this question, which is the correct answer. Now, moving on to the next question. The new acronym that evolved over after LGBTQ plus is an acronym called LGBTQIA. In this new acronym, IA refers to intersex and asexual. Again, a factual question, but an easy factual question. So this is it, guys. This was the detailed analysis of the legal reasoning section. I hope you guys have done wonderfully well in this paper. Overall, to conclude, I would say that this was this legal reasoning section was very easy, except for those one or two factual questions where you might have faced some difficulty. Otherwise, there were no ghosts in the paper, no ghosts in the section at least. Yeah. So now I would hand it over to my colleague, and he'll take the analysis of the logical reasoning section.
Hello, friends. So I'll be taking you through one set of the logical reasoning section, right? This was typically, I mean, in the logical reasoning section, you could see there were three puzzles which were analytical puzzles. One of them belonged to neither here nor there, kind of. It felt like critical reasoning. It also felt like legal reasoning, sort of, you know, the one about who committed the robbery we're talking of. So this set is a pure distribution games and tournaments kind of a set, scheduling set, no big deal really. So let's quickly run through it. Four teams, red, blue, green, and yellow, are competing in the final 4 rounds of the inter-school, and there would be 4 rounds, round A, B, C, and D. For the sake of ease, we'll just call them round 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? There are 4 rounds, and in each round, one match will be happening, exactly, and each team plays exactly 2 matches, which means team red will be playing 2 matches, not 3 matches. See, now if you say everyone plays with every other team exactly once, red has to play 3 matches, blue has to play 3 matches, green has to play 3, and yellow has to play 3, right? But here we're only talking about 2 matches per team. No team plays the same opponent more than once, which means there are going to be 4 matches here. Out of these 4, red has to play 2, blue has to play 2, green has to play 2, and yellow has to play 2, right? Now, let's look at the conditions for the schedule. The first condition, the consecutive play. The green team must play their 2 matches in consecutive rounds. All right, so green and green have to be consecutive. I don't know who green is playing against, but in 1 round and 2nd round. So that could be 1st round, 2nd round, 2nd round, 3rd round, 3rd round, 4th round. Any of these 3 possibilities are there. All right, green must play their 2 matches in consecutive rounds. The second rule, the yellow team must play in round B. Okay, this is very helpful. Round B is the 2nd round, right? Yellow is playing here. I don't know who yellow is playing against, but yellow is playing. The second one I've used completely now. Even in the exam, this would help to strike out conditions which you've already used completely. That will save your time. You don't have to reread it again, right? Yellow team is playing in round B or 2nd round. Next, third rule, the red team must play against the blue team. Okay, red team must play against the blue team in a round that is immediately before a round in which neither red nor blue is playing. All right, see, there are only 4 teams. Red, blue, green, yellow. Red and blue have to play a match in a round immediately before, and in this round, neither red nor blue will play, which means the only other possibility is green and yellow, right? Green and yellow have to play. So in 1 round, there's red and blue. Immediately in the next round, there's green and yellow. Let's not forget this previous condition. Green has to play in 2 subsequent rounds, immediately back to back. So if green is playing here, green is not playing in the previous one, green has to play in the next round also. So this is the order: red, blue, immediately green, yellow, and then the next round green will play with who? I do not know. Now, can we use this somewhere here? Let's check this. RB, GY, G dash, right? Can RB be the first, be playing in the first round? RB, GY possible. Can RB play in the 2nd round? RB, if, hey, Y is already in the 2nd round, RB can't go. 3 of them can't be in the 2nd round. If RB goes to the third round, after that I want GY here and G here. So that will be 5 rounds, not possible. So there's only one possibility, right? RB will be playing in the first round, next round GY. So this is G, and next round G. Okay, this we've used. We've made some really good progress now. Out of the 4 rounds, we've already sorted 2 rounds, 2.5 rounds, right? So the red team must play. This is immediately, this condition is also fully used. And then rule 4. The blue team's first match must occur in an earlier round than the green team's first match. Blue team's first match is before green team's. Hey, this is actually unnecessary. We didn't even need it. We already got it. Last point. Rule 5. The team that plays against red in the round that is not against the blue team. Red blue has already played. Okay. So whichever team plays against red and that is not blue, that is how we interpret it. The team that is playing against red and the team is not blue is the same team that plays in round D. All right. So red is playing a match here. Yellow, green. Can red come here? If red comes here in round 3, who is playing red? Green, and not blue, means green. Green should again play in the 4th round. That's not possible, right? Green already has 2 matches. Understood the power of this condition now? Whoever is playing against red other than B should also play in the 4th round. Now, red can't play here for the simple reason, other than blue who is playing red, green, and green has to again come in the 4th round, but green already has 2 matches, which means red can only play in the last round. Now, who will red play against? Check. Red's 2 matches are over, green's 2 matches are over. And what about blue, yellow, other than blue? Red already played blue, so red can't play blue again. Red can only play yellow, right? And what will happen to the rest? Yellow 2 matches, green 2 matches, red 2 matches. This has to be blue. That's it, my friends. We've solved the puzzle. That's about it, literally. No big deal, no challenge. But if you're doing it for the first time, especially, a lot of students felt this condition was a bit of a clincher. You know, it was tough. It wasn't very easy. Now let's look at the questions quickly. This was the order we had. RG, YG, GB, and RY. Perfect. The first question. Considering rules 1 and 2, which of the following pairs of rounds contain the green team's 2 matches? The green team's 2 matches, that would be rounds 2 and 3. Round 2 and 3 would be round B and round C, right? Next, applying the positional constraint based on all the rules, particularly rule 3, which of the following matches must be scheduled for round A? Round A would be red and blue, red versus blue, right? Next one, identify the blue teams. Who is the blue team's first opponent in the tournament? This is the blue team. First opponent would be red, right? Then what is the match scheduled for round C? Round C is this one, the 3rd round, green versus blue. That would be option B. Next one, identifying the teams excluded. Which pair of rounds contains matches where the yellow team does not participate? Yellow team participated here, yellow team participated here. So in the 1st and 3rd rounds, yellow team did not participate. That would be round A and round C, right? Yellow participated in the 2nd and 4th, so it didn't participate in the 1st and 3rd. Then, which team does the yellow team not play against over the entire thing? Yellow played against green and red. Did yellow play against blue? No, not possible, because you can play only 2. And you already played green and red. And then the next question, assessing a rule violation. If the match in round D was blue versus yellow, which of the original rules would be violated by this schedule change? In round D, instead of red, yellow, if we have blue versus yellow, do we have a problem? Yellow is playing the 2nd match, no problem. Blue would be playing the 3rd match, right? So what will be violated here? More importantly, the original condition will be violated, that every team plays exactly 2 matches. But apart from that, this rule 5, this opponent link will also be violated, correct? Because red would not have played the 2nd match, and we are saying whoever played red other than blue should have played in the final round, right? So that would be option 5, the opponent link. So over to my friend who will be taking you through the remaining LR sets, guys. Hang on, like, share, and subscribe. Just a moment. Yes, this is the electrocardiograph one. Stay tuned for a minute.
Okay. Dear children, now we come to the googly questions. Actually, the only thing that could have been a googly was the shock element, right? When you see only analytical reasoning, it could have been a little bit of a shocker. We typically would expect critical reasoning passages, passage-based critical reasoning to be there. There was not a single passage-based critical reasoning. Last year, CLAT did give us a hint by introducing one analytical reasoning set. This time, they decided to go with all analytical reasoning sets. Some sets could not even be purely classified as analytical reasoning. But once you got over the initial shock, almost everything was covered under a typical analytical reasoning curriculum, right? Our handouts and our mock tests had almost all these question sets, except one very creative set. All the others are normal reasoning sets. So presence of mind and choice of questions would have been very important. Do let us know what you felt about this section. None of us, as in none of our students also, have reported that it was a very tough section, but if any of you felt that way, do let us know. Okay, so let us get on with this now. This is a typical puzzle, right? Normal puzzle where the given word is electrocardiograph. And let's quickly, I have written down the arrangements here and we have it on our slides also. So we had to, here you go, electrocardiograph. The first instruction was that the word had to undergo a series of transformations. First, you had to take the first half of the letters. So you had to quickly count how many letters are there in the word electrocardiograph. When you count, you will get 18. You could have also written it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So then the first half means till from the, the first half of the words had to be reversed. What is the first half? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? That part had to be reversed. So what would that be if you reverse it? It would be AC here till here. This would be the reversed part. After that, what did you have to do? You had to identify the last but one letter of the original word, which is P. Anybody would do that? Then identify that and place it at the very beginning. Place it at the very beginning. Then this is what we get. So this is the word formed by reversing the first half, and then the remaining would be the same, right? Now we take this letter and put it here, we get, this is what we get, right? Now, then what we had to do is, just a second, okay? Okay, sir. Then what we have to do is, sir, finally, as a finishing touch, you had to add the letter S. You had to add the letter S. Okay. So this is the exercise. After you do this, there is nothing. This is the whole exercise. And then you have the questions based on this. Let us go to the questions. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Which letter will be exactly in the middle? So now here, guys, this is the final thing we have, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, this, they have not asked us to remove the P from here. They have only said to put it in the beginning, because otherwise you get an odd number here. You could have been confused, but then you would get an odd number, right? So if you look at this, you see which letter is exactly in the middle. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which is the letter E? So the letter E is exactly in the middle, right? Okay. Next. How many vowels will be to the left of the middle letter? Now that the arrangement is here, it is very easy for you. How many letters are to the left? Vowels are to the left of the middle letter? There are 3 vowels to the left of the middle letter, right? Yeah. So the answer is 3. Which of the 2 vowels will be adjoining each other? Which 2 vowels are adjoining each other? I-O. Next question. Which vowel will have a consonant to the left, but a vowel to the right of it? Which has a consonant to the left and the vowel to the right of it? Here you go. I has a consonant to the left and a vowel to the right of it. So I is the answer. Easy, very easy set. And name the letter sandwiched between 2 vowels. Though they have said letter, the options all give 2. So this should be name the letters, right? Now let us see which are the, you just need to see the answer. You need to take the answer options and check. R and T. R and T are not sandwiched between 2 vowels, right? Okay. C and L. What about C and L? C and L are indeed sandwiched between 2 vowels. R and L. R and L have a lot going on between them. And D and R have also a lot of things going on between them. C and L is the answer. Very, very easy. Now, this, which letter is prefixed? They have given the word prefixed in bold. That should be a hint for you. What is a prefix? A prefix is something added before a word, right? Which letter is added to the word, added before the word, after the first half is reversed? So the first half was reversed here, and then what did we prefix? We prefixed P. Very, very easy. I hope you all found this set very easy. Okay. Now, the next set, I need a little drink of water before that because there's a bit of explanation to do. How did you find the set, guys? This is the set which could have been tricky because it can't be categorized as anything really, right? We can't say it is a typical logical reasoning set. It needs very careful reading, detail, attention to detail, focus, and a little bit of common sense. So reading is there, okay? Though it is not critical reasoning, critical reading is very important for this set, okay? So what does this set say? It says the sunburst medallion was stolen from this museum. The theft occurred sometime between the museum closing at 10 p.m. and the night guard completing his round at 1 a.m. That is the initial information. Then there are 3 primary suspects, and all the 3 were fired from their positions recently. Anjali, the former curator, Bharat, the former security expert, and Chitra, the former exhibits design. Fine. Now, more information here. Security system logs show that the display case was opened using a specific 5-digit code, and only Anjali and the museum director knew the code. Museum director is abroad. Okay. Bharat's alibi. Alibi means what? The excuse used to prove your innocence. His excuse is that he was at a distant relative's birthday party from 8 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. and the crime occurred between, as of now, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. As of now, I'll tell you why I'm saying as of now. So he was away during that entire time. Multiple witnesses also said that he was at that event. Okay. Chitra's alibi, she was working at some place a timestamp security camera from this place, from this studio, says that she entered at 7 p.m. and she exited at 11:45 p.m. And the studio is a 20-minute drive from the museum. So what is the earliest she could have reached? She could have reached at 12:05 a.m. and this could have happened anytime before 1 a.m. Okay. Mr. Hemant, the night guard, stated that he checked the medallion at 10:30 and it was still there. Now, what does it mean? The crown, the medallion was stolen from 10:30 to 1. Now, the time frame, this is why I said as of now earlier. Now, there is a new condition there. 10:30 to 1, it was stolen. Then, a small silver button was found, and Anjali is known to frequently wear a coat with such buttons. Bharat had earlier said that he could disable some magnetic lock without needing the code, but the log suggests the code was used. Okay, fine. Now let us go to the questions. This is the case. Easy actually, but like I said, not something that we could really expect to come in this exam, right? Now, they have categorized the question, so you know exactly what to do. Identifying the most likely suspect based only on the fact that the 5-digit code was used to open the display case. Who is the only plausible suspect based only on this fact? Who is the plausible suspect? Anjali. Only Anjali and the museum director knew the code, and director is not here. He was out of town. So, very easy question in this set. See, even if a set as a whole is tricky, there will be very easy questions. If you had identified the very easy questions, it would have been a breeze, right? Yeah. Next question, please. Okay. Next question. Yeah. Oh, was that the next question? Identifying is over. Next question. Yeah. Evaluating alibis and time constraints. Okay, fine. So the theft occurred between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. But the night guard saw the medallion at 10:30, which means that if what he's saying is true, it could have only happened between 10:30 and 1, right? Given Chitra's alibi, what is the earliest time she could have reached the museum? That we calculated already, 12:05 a.m., right? Okay. Next question. This is deduction, inference, okay, and contradictory evidence. If the theft was committed by Bharat, okay, then which established fact must be incorrect? So what was, can we go to the passage, please? Yeah. What did Bharat say as an alibi? He was there at the party from 8 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. and this is established. Multiple witnesses confirmed this. So, which established fact must be incorrect? Obviously, the time he gave must be incorrect, right? The medallion was present at 10:30. No, that doesn't affect this, right? Because Bharat says he was absent from 8:30 to 8 or 8:30. Let's just go back to that. 8 p.m. 8 p.m. to 1:30 he was away. So whether it was present at 10:30 or 10, that doesn't really change it much. The security logs indicating the code has nothing to do with Bharat. Museum closing time of 10 p.m. That again does not matter because 8 o'clock onwards Bharat was not there. The time frame of his alibi has to be wrong if the theft was committed by him, right? Because 8 to 1:30 is such a broad window. So this has to be very easy. Okay. Next question, please. Yeah. Now, the discovery of the silver button is the most incriminating evidence against which suspect. You don't need to look at the passage. Anjali, because she's known to wear a coat with similar buttons. Is there any other option which even comes close? Button is associated with Anjali, right? So, straight away, see, very easy questions are there in this set. Next question. Now, Okay, this. A detective argues, since Bharat has a confirmed continuous alibi covering the entire time window, he cannot be a thief. What principle of logic supports this detective's conclusion? What principle of logic is used here? See, you may get a little perplexed seeing this, thinking, oh, we need to know logic principles and all. Read the options. Let us read the options. Correlation does not imply causation. What correlation? What causation? No correlation. He was away at that time, right? So what causation? There's no causation. It is saying that he did not do it. So you can easily, you just need to take 2 seconds to think without panicking. If an event requires presence, confirmed absence proves innocence. Easy. That is what the detective is saying, no? Theft required him to be present there. He was absent, so he is innocent. Very, very easy. The rule of double jeopardy, whatever that means, we don't know what that means in this context. We don't need to know because this is clearly the answer. Let it be, double jeopardy and all. You don't need to worry about, okay? I'm telling you this only because this is a very easy question. You don't need to get carried away with these. Burden of proof lies with the accuser. No, not in this case, because the thing is about the window of time. It is not that Bharat has to prove it, he did not prove it. No, it is already proven. Multiple witnesses have said that this is the case, and the detective is not talking about the witnesses or anything. The detective is actually supporting Bharat. So this also does not hold, right? B is the answer. Easy, right? Now, strongest conclusion. Considering all the facts, the code was used, silver button, confirmed alibis, which is the most reasonable inference? Okay. Considering all of them, which is the most reasonable inference? Now, this particular question actually could be a little tricky. We'll tell you why, okay? Bharat must have had an accomplice who knew the code. No, Bharat has a strong alibi, so that is not an inference. Chitra's alibi is false because she had enough time. Now, this could be tricky because if you don't know really what false alibi means, okay, then it could be tricky. Otherwise, it is clear. Chitra's alibi is false because she had enough time to commit the crime after leaving the studio. Yes, she had enough time to commit the crime, that is true, but Chitra's alibi is false. See, false alibi means you make up an excuse to prove your innocence, but that part is proven false. Okay, now if I am accused of a crime and I say I was not in the country when this happened, but then you get a video of me doing something in the country during that time, then my alibi is a false alibi. I have lied. But here, if you could just go to the passage, multiple people have the camera in the studio shows that she entered at 7 p.m. and exited at 11:45. So that has been proven. Okay. So we can't really say that her alibi is false. Anjali is the most likely suspect because the code was used and she has a direct link to the physical evidence. That is more likely. We can't still see B also has some merit in it, but then it is not exactly false alibi. She had enough time, but the alibi was correct actually. Hence, we can go for C, though C is not proven. Which is the most reasonable inference? We can go for C. Mr. Hemant is secretly the thief and is trying to frame the former employees. Poor guy, there is nothing to involve him in this case as of now. So, if you found this question confusing, you could have left it, I would say. Okay, C is what we went. Now, the next question also, the wordings of the question make it a bit tricky. Yeah. Okay. What condition is necessary for Chitra to have stolen the medallion? She must know the 5-digit code. Well, the cameras show that the 5-digit code was used. So, for the theft to have happened, the code should have been cracked. But should Chitra necessarily know the code? The director who was abroad could have been Chitra's best friend and could have informed her could have done something there without Chitra knowing the code. He could have helped, or somebody could have come, and anything is possible, but it requires a bit of an external assumption there to say that she need not have known the 5-digit code. But is it absolutely necessary for her to know the 5-digit code? Somebody else could have come and cracked it to help her. No, that's what I'm trying to say. We can't be very sure. She must have left the graphic design studio before 11:45 p.m. Yes, she must have left the graphic design studio before 11:45 p.m. Just a second, can you go back to the... Yeah. A time-stamped security camera shows that she left after 11:45 p.m. Okay, can we go back? After 11:45 p.m. She need not have left before 11:45 p.m. because the drive is only 20 minutes. She could have committed it after 12:45 also. So this is clearly eliminable. The theft must have occurred after she left the studio and before 1 a.m. See, 1 a.m. is given in the passage. However, for Chitra to have stolen the medallion, the theft must have occurred after she left the studio only, obviously, because it is proven that she was in the studio till 11:45. If it happened before she left the studio, then Chitra clearly did not commit it. 1 a.m. is given in the passage, but this is definitely necessary for her to have stolen. Compared to that, A is a little weaker. However, I would say it is an ambiguous question. We also had a little trouble arriving at the answer. So if you were confused, you should have left this question. She must have worked with Anjali to disable the locks. Not necessary. Right? Okay. Oh. So that was the set. Now we have a blood relations set. We have given you plenty of these questions in your handouts, analytical reasoning handouts, mock tests, etc. This is almost identical to the questions that we have given you. So let us quickly write down the blood relationship here. Okay. A second, I'm taking a piece of paper to make it easier. Okay. When they said A into B means A is the father of B. Okay. Then A divided by B means A is the mother of B. Okay. Then children. A plus B. Sorry. A plus B. A daughter of. Now I'm going to all short forms. A daughter of B. Then A minus B. This is plus, okay, guys. A brother of B. Please don't say you're an English teacher while you're writing this kind of grammar. We don't want to keep you for long. Now, that's it. Okay, now they made it into a game, and any other information? No, the same information. Now, they say they all became very happy playing this game. That's it. Finish. Very easy. But the questions take a lot of time to solve. Because you have to work out the whole equation. Okay, now let us look at the questions. Let me just go to where I have solved all these. Guys, give me a second. Yeah. If P plus Q minus R divided by T How is T related to P? Okay, so P plus Q. Plus means daughter. Okay, here also it is written P plus Q. P daughter of Q. Q minus R means Q brother of R. R divided by T. R mother of T. Now what do we have? P is the daughter of Q. Q is the brother of R and R is the mother of T. So how is T related to P? T is the grandchild of P. Just a second, guys. Just a second, okay? I'm just seeing if the symbols are all right. This is question number. P is the mother. Just a second. I need to go back to the question, okay? Okay, sure. P is the daughter of Q. P is the daughter of Q. Q is the brother of R. Okay. P is Q's daughter. Now, Q is the brother of R. So, how are P and R related? P and R are related. P is Q's daughter. So, R is P's parents' brother. Right? R is P's uncle. P's uncle. Okay. R is mother of T. R is P's, sorry. There is a little bit of a, this thing here, there's a little bit of a confusion here. P, actually, the relationship we got is P turns out to be the grandkid of, T turns out to be the grandkid of P. So, it should be none of these. Okay, none of these is the answer. Okay, the next one. Which of the following means that R is wife of P? Okay, R is wife of P. So you have to take each equation and see, I'm just solving the right one for you here. Okay, the right P into T. You have to solve each one and see, that is why it is time consuming. If you take P into T, P is the father of T. Okay, then T is the brother of Q and Q is the daughter of R. If you solve this equation, then we get, what do we get? R and P are the parents here. R and P become the parents and we get to infer that R is the female here. There is one more option that could be confusing, which is P divided by T plus R minus Q. But then here R becomes a male and here R is a female. Hence, this is the answer. Okay. Next, if P into T divided by Q plus R. Now, if you follow this whole logic, you have to solve it. Okay. Now, if I solve each one, it can become a little tedious. If you solve this whole equation, the question is, how is R related to P? We will get R is the son-in-law of P. Okay. R is the son-in-law of P will be the relationship. The only thing is, it is little time consuming. Okay. Next is, if P divided by R minus Q into T, how is P related to T? Okay, so again, you have to go by that. P is the mother of R, then R is the brother of Q, and Q is the father of T. If you follow that relationship, the answer you get is grandmother. P is the grandmother of T. Okay. Then next question, guys. This question, there is an error. Okay. The question itself has an error because when we solve this, we will understand that R is the mother of Q. R, mother of Q, right? Then Q, daughter of R. Fine. R is mother of Q, Q daughter of R, no problem. Then Q daughter of R. So Q is a female, no problem. Then they are saying R father of T. So R cannot be the can you go to the next question? Yeah, R cannot be the mother and father at the same time, right? Moreover, they are asking how is T related to Q? We don't know the gender of T. So T could be brother or sister. So there are two errors in this question. We cannot get the answer to this question. Okay. And the next question. Okay. Again, if you solve this whole equation, R minus P divided by U, have to work the whole equation. How is J related to R? J related to R, but then at this point, when you work out the relationship, it could be nephew or niece. But then J into Q shows what? J is the father of Q. So that reveals the gender of J as male. Then only we can say that J is nephew and not niece. Okay, that brings us to the end of the set, and the teams, games and tournament set has already been dealt with. So guys, I hope this section didn't come as too much of a shocker for you. After the initial shock, if you had, see, that is what matters. Yeah, presence of mind is what matters. After this, if after that initial shock, if you guys had started identifying the easily doable sets and doing it, it would have been very doable. Okay. So all the best. Do not be disheartened thinking there was a shocker. That is the norm of CLAT. They keep sending surprises your way year after year, and we have also prepared you for this. So I'm sure you all did very well. All the best, guys. We continue with the discussion.
You can introduce yourself.
Myself, Prakash Nathal.
Okay, so you are doing question for last how many?
Not exactly. I've been going for coaching, but I haven't attended much of the classes, so I'm very.
Okay, so how was your class exam?
It was fine actually. Like most of the questions, like I could get the answers from the paragraph.
Okay, and my name is Michelle, and I took a drop here. So basically, I passed first to last year. And so, I've been taking online coaching since then. Where are you from? I am from Kozhikode. Okay. Okay. So I will ask you 4 questions. Okay. How was the overall experience of CLAT? Since it's my second attempt, it was predictable to be honest. And it was compared to last year. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah. It's not easy. It's not hard. The middle. How well do you manage the time? I got even second time. To be honest. Oh, okay. So how confident about your performance? I am pretty confident this year. Okay. Which is your strongest part and which was your weakest part? My weakest part was to I think quantitative.
Hello, people. I hope all of you had a lot of download with the question by question analysis and the difficulty level explanation that all of our faculty have done so far for each of the sections. I'm back now with Akash sir, our T.I.M.E Bangalore expert and NLU graduate. he will be taking us through the expected cutoffs. All of you, I know, are very, very eager to know what are the numbers that will get you to your dream NLU. So, Akash, sir, over to you.
All right. So a lot of you are very excited about knowing the cutoff or what score you should get in order to get into top 3 colleges, or what score should get you into top 5 and top 10 colleges. So let me cut down to what exactly are you looking at. So if you look at English language, now although the section was easy, but it had few questions where you could have faced certain amount of difficulty. So I would still say that a very good score in English is about 21. So if you're getting 21, you're getting a very good score, right? And a good score, even if you're getting a 19, something around 19, it can be considered as a good score. Similarly, for GK and current affairs, although the section was easy, but again, in GK, you can't expect the students to know everything. Students can't be expected to recall everything that they have studied. So still, I would say 24 is a very good score. And even if you're getting 21, 22, you're still in the league of getting into those top 5 or top 6 colleges, given that you have done well in the other sections as well. Legal reasoning, because of the presence of around 8 questions which were knowledge-based, which were hyperfactual, and even out of those 8 questions, there are at least 2 to 3 questions which were quite difficult. So in legal reasoning, I would say if you're getting 25, that's a wonderful score. You're all set for the top 2 colleges. If you're getting 23, 24, you're still good. I mean, even a score of 22 will get you into top 4 or 5 colleges, right? Then coming back to logical reasoning, the section where most of the students face difficulty, where then even there, I think there were 1 or 2 sets where a lot of you have faced difficulty. Two sets are, I would say, easy. A score of 21 can be considered as a very good score. And somewhere, if you're getting around 18 to 19, I would still say it's a good score. So somewhere around 18 to 19 is a good score here. Quantitative techniques, there were 2 sets. One set was easy, so I'm assuming that all of you would have solved that. The second set was also easy, I mean, in terms of level of difficulty, but it was time consuming, and at the same time, the calculations were lengthy, and it would have consumed a lot of time for you. So I would say if you're getting 8 to 9 marks here, it's a very good score. So if we look at the overall score, around 99 to 100, this is the kind of score that will get you into the top colleges. The top 2 colleges, you're definitely making into NLS and NALSA if you're getting a score somewhere close to this, right? I know the predictions are very high. You might have heard from a lot of students that the cutoffs are going to go up this time because the paper was so easy and predictable. But trust me when I say this, I've written the paper. I know how it feels when you go inside the exam hall, the kind of pressure that you have to deal with, and especially when you see something as unexpected as the logical reasoning section of this paper. So looking at it from the student's perspective, I think this is a very good score to get you into top colleges without any reservations, of course. And then if you're getting 88, 89 marks, you have a chance of getting into top 10 colleges, right? This is where the top 10 colleges cutoff will come into.
Akash sir, let's do chai pe charcha and tell the students who are watching this video for next year in terms of what is it that they need to keep in mind to prepare to end up with such scores after CLAT 27, CLAT 28.
Okay, so there are a few things which every aspirant who's watching this video and who's preparing for CLAT 27 that he needs to keep in mind, right? First thing, in GK and current affairs, the knowledge is back, right? The importance of knowledge is back. So anyone who's preparing for next year's CLAT exam have to rely on knowledge itself for preparing for GK and current affairs. And of course, our material is one of the best in the market. So you can rely on GK mantras, which comprehensively cover all the current affairs. And we had actually, and also the Hindu analysis video that we do every day on our YouTube channel. They are extremely important for preparing, and that will add up value to your overall knowledge base. And also it will help you to answer those tricky questions, the ones that no one else would answer. right? In legal reasoning, now again, if I go by this paper, I think you have to you need to have a balance between both knowledge and comprehension. So there were a few comprehension based questions as well. So now the game is not just about being able to comprehend the legal passages, but it's also about legal knowledge as well. So some amount of legal knowledge will also be required for this. So now we'll have to rely more on legal knowledge as well.
Moving to English, I have a question, particularly for those attempting this next year. What is the amount of time that you would advise them to spend every day on improving their reading speed?
Uh, given the folk emphasis this paper has on reading, I would say there are two things that you must include in your daily routine. First, of course, is the newspaper. You should pick up a good newspaper, either the Hindu or the Indian Express, as you may like, and read it daily, read it religiously, right? Something as important as having a meal a day.
Yeah.
Then the next thing that you could include is maybe read a good monthly or fortnightly magazine, which will add up your overall knowledge base and also give you certain material to read.
Just to add to what Akash has said, that he gave a very good example. You read it as you would have a meal every day. So all of us know that we eat every day. So if we don't eat, we feel something off, obviously, right? Similarly, you should feel that something is off if you did not do your reading dose for the day, your newspaper reading or any other additional general reading. If you didn't read for a day, you feel something is off. So what my advice would be, particularly for those, let's say, finding time to come by hard, meaning you don't have enough time to read. So how is it that you would read? You make sure that while you're on the way to school, let's say you're in your school bus or your parents are dropping you to school, make sure that you spend time and read. You utilize the most of the time that you have, you spend that time reading.
All right. Coming back to logical reasoning, I think logical reasoning, now you cannot completely rely on critical reasoning as just critical reasoning. You have to give equal amount of time to both critical reasoning as well as analytical reasoning. So that's the key takeaway from critical reasoning. I think quant is pretty normal, that you'll get one easy set and one slightly moderate set, a set which will consume your time. So it's more about choosing the right set. It's about developing the ability to differentiate between a difficult set and an easy set, and attempting the easy set first. Because always remember, whether it is a difficult question or it's an easy question, it gives you 1 mark. Right.
Also, a very important point coming to quant is, particularly for those of you targeting the top NLUs, you should be doing at least 8, 9 or more out of the 12 quant questions. So while sir said attempt the easy set first, he does not mean that the second set can be kind of done away with. Absolutely not. You should focus on the second set as well and try and get as many questions from that set as well. Which means quant is not a section that you can kind of leave it for the end and see how they cling. That will not work. You need to try and get both the sets, as many questions out of those 12 as possible. So take quant also equally seriously. The one good saving grace here is that the array of topics that are there, the range of topics is kind of very, very limited, at least this year. Maybe they'll throw a surprise at us next year, we don't know. But this year, the learning is that those who did their percentages and ratios religiously, who had those fundas clear, who were not afraid of calculations, they had it easy.
Exactly, sir. As you correctly mentioned, that it's not just one passage. So easy passage everyone has to do. But if you're targeting the top 3 colleges, the second passage of quant is equally important.
Absolutely.
And it is those few topics which keeps on getting repeated every time that you need to focus on. All right. I think this is it, guys. We have already consumed a lot of time for you. Now, I just hope that done well. You are feeling relaxed now after a lot of hard work and the immense preparation phase that you have been into, and you guys deserve definitely a break from all this. And I would recommend that you go and watch a movie or have a good dinner with your parents and friends. And this was your day, guys. I hope you have done well, and I wish you all the best from our team.
For that, Akash, so there's one question. Minimum cutoff. What is the minimum cutoff? Is the question that we are kind of repeatedly getting in our YouTube comment section. So if you can address that.
Definitely, sir. A minimum cutoff means, I would say, a minimum amount of marks that you would require to get into any NLU, I would say. Now, if you're getting close to 77, 78, and you still have chances even at 75. If you try in vacancies with a score of 75 in tier 3 NLUs, you still can make it to those colleges.
All right. And
So
for those with reservations?
For reservations, it's always very difficult to predict. But yeah, if you have a domicile reservation and you are, let's say, OBC candidate from Karnataka, you can expect that we will get into NLS even at a score of 87, 86.
NLS Bangalore, folks.
86, 87.
Right.
So yeah, for OBC candidates with Karnataka domicile, they'll get into NLS even at a score of 86, 87. And if you're an SC candidate, the score might be as low as 74. 73, 74.
Okay. All right then. People, thank you very much and all the best. You have AILET not too far away.
So what I would recommend is take a day off, enjoy your day today, have a great meal, watch a movie, and then get back to work from tomorrow because you have another exam coming up.
Right.
And I hope you don't want to mess up in that as well. So please, I wish you all the best for your future and of course for the next exam. May the best one, may the best come out, best results you get. Thank you guys.
Thank you people, and good night. All right, thank you, James.